welcome to the Saturday Night Swirl with your host, Roadrunner89. Hope you enjoy. All right, welcome to tonight's show. I hope everybody's having a good weekend. Okay, welcome to Saturday Night Swirl. Okay, uh, looks like I got a little bit of buffering going on. Okay, I don't know. We got a storm going through where I'm at, so maybe that's has some impact. But the video's looking good on my end, so hopefully, we don't have too much problems. I want to welcome everybody to Saturday Night Swirl with your host, Roadrunner89. Okay, and tonight's topic, okay, I'm going to talk about swirling, and we're going to talk about the red flags, and we're going to talk about how to swirl successfully, how to take your swirl to investment. Okay, I'm no dating coach, no expert. But I did open up my options back in '94 and have a 32-year marriage with a black woman and my wife Sandy, and I've only been married once, and she's only been married once, so must have did something right. Okay, and I could share my experiences. I could give advice. Okay, um, but I want to talk about the red flags tonight. Okay, I'm going to talk about the positive about opening up your options, and there's a lot of positive going on when it comes to black women, white men. Okay, and that's encouraging. Okay, and anytime people find true love and find love in marriage, it's a blessing. Okay, and it's a blessing when we open up our options and we find true love, and it's a blessing when us as people can see other groups of people as people also, and come together with love in marriage. You know, and that's a blessing. There are so many people that are divided these days. That have hate in their heart, that want to settle old scores and don't have no forgiveness, and people that think they're superior over others because we look different. And I believe everybody should love who you are, embrace who you are, and be the best person, be the best you can be. Okay, I'm not I don't believe in people, having self hatred or, love who you are. God created you how He wanted you to be. So just be the best you can be. Okay. Good to see you, Beverly. Okay. Um, no, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And look, and our community, and I'm going to call it a community, our swirl to investment community. Okay. We're not the biggest group out there. We're a real small group. Okay. Of people that have opened up their options and found love outside their race, outside their ethnicity. And that's a beautiful thing. God wants us to love each other like we love ourselves. Okay. I don't believe in racial segregation that has failed every time it's been tried. And it creates animosity. It gets us to believe in stereotypes and generalizations. It divides us. Okay. Uh, I believe we need to come together with love and marriage. And, you know, I think integration was a good thing. I think it's a beautiful thing, but it needs to go further than us just getting along. I believe it needs to go to where we love each other like we love ourselves. And if we did that, there'd be a lot more interracial marriages. There'd be a lot of marriages between ethnicities, and people would seek out others based on their character and their love, and we would seek out people that you know that we mesh with our beliefs, our beliefs, our morals. Okay. um I never understood why I gotta love somebody only that looks like me. I don't get that. And I couldn't, I don't know how these white nationalists or black nationalists can segregate themselves and only want to be with people of the same color and look alike. I don't get that. When there's good and bad in every group, won't you want to seek out the good? Don't you want to have a good relationship? Don't you want to find somebody that you love that loves you back, where you're loved and celebrated? Okay. And many times it's not within our own racial group, our own ethnicity. Okay. And thank God that, you know, because of my parents and how I was raised, I could look at people as people and see their character, see the, what's in their heart, and love somebody for who they are, not what they look like, But unfortunately, there's a lot of the world that don't think that, even today. Okay. Um, but, there's a lot of people that want to open up their options. There's a lot of people that would love to interracially date, but they have that fear, that barrier. And why is that? You know? And I'm going to show you some videos and I'm going to talk about it. These videos I selected tonight, okay? I think they make good points on what's going on. Some of the videos I agree with, some I do not, okay? But I want to get different people's perspective, okay, and how they see the world, and you know, and when we get to know each other, and we can have a preference of any racial group, any ethnicity, okay, but who you love and who you want to be with, you need to know who you're with, right? And do they share your values? Do they share your moral structure? Do they share your faith? Okay. Do you share the same goals? A lot of time in relationships, whether it be the same racial group or interracially, a lot of times we look at the physical, we look at the physical desires, and the outward beauty, and we don't get to know each other, and that's a sad thing. Um, and I think that's how we've been conditioned, you know, and when you truly love somebody, I believe it starts with friendship and it grows. But a lot of times we think because we're dating, we got to be physical, okay, and that's not really how God planned it, okay. But anyway, people have asked me, okay, I want to open up my options. I've had black women say, "Where are the white men at that love black women?" Well, they're all over, okay. They'll look at me confused, like, "Oh, okay." I guess they expect white men to just approach black women in droves, okay, and that's not how it's happening, okay. And I've had white men tell me, okay, you say there's black women out there that will date white men, that love white men, and you said even some prefer white men, okay. And yes, they're out there, but you got to be where they're at. You got to be strategic, and you have to have contact with who you want to date, okay. You got to get to know who you want to date, okay. And a lot of times that, and I'll tell you this, there are a lot of white men that would love to date black women, but for some reason have a fear, maybe because of what they see in the media, maybe because of what they see on social media, maybe the pro-black, anti-white people out there are discouraging them, okay. And this could go the other way. Maybe black women are afraid because they see these white nationalist groups that want just an all-white America. Okay, and I think there's evil on both sides, and actually, I think it's minority groups, and most people, I think, in our nation are reasonable people. There are a lot of good black and white people that would love to date each other, love to have a relationship. But because of stereotypes and because of haters with loud voices, that might uh, discourage people. Okay, and I would say don't let outside interference stop you from getting to know other people. Stop you from opening up your options. Okay, because a lot of times we'll miss a blessing because we're afraid to approach that black woman or that woman of another group because we believe in the stereotypes that we've been taught. We believe in the propaganda instead of getting to know for ourselves, instead of seeking out the truth. We just believe what people tell us. And it's sad, okay? And, there are people that have been in interracial relationships in their life and have ended it because of pressures from family or friends or society, believing it won't work because we're different races or different ethnicities. And I'd say we're not different races, we're the human race. We come in different colors, we look different, but we're still human beings. We can procreate with each other, we can have families. Um, and who we love and who we have a preference for is our choice, and being able to love and marry who you want to be with, okay, that that is a right, that is a human right, that you know and if we open up our options and we seeked out people based on their character and based on their moral structure, there'd be a lot more interracial relationships. Okay, but for some crazy reason, we're still believing in 2026 that only people that look like us can truly love us. Okay. But I've looked at the data, and you know what it's told me? It's told me that white men statistically are better off with black women. Okay. We are. Okay. And my 32-year marriage with my wife is not a fluke. Okay. That is happening. All right. The people don't want to talk about it. The media don't want to talk about it, because they want to push a narrative to keep us divided. Push a narrative, that and people say there's propaganda out there trying to push interracial relationships. And I don't believe that. I think there's propaganda trying to stop it. Okay. Now, there are companies that will show interracial relationships when they advertise products and stuff. And when it comes to business, people and businesses want to make money off different groups. And guess what? Interracial relationships are a big group in America. Okay. And it's growing every day. And it's not because they're tricking us or pushing, a stereotype, or it's not some mastermind to get us to interracially date to breed out certain groups of people. It's just that people are opening up their options more now than ever. Okay, and businesses wanna, cater to different groups of people. Okay, but there's propaganda being pushed that, uh, and you're going to see some of these videos where white people are dying out, and they're desperate, so they're pushing an interracial uh, propaganda to get white people to get with black people to breed out black people and keep the white race going. Which, I see people in my family having children, reproducing. So that narrative is a bunch of BS. People really don't care how many white people are in America. They really don't. If they did, they'd be having more babies. There'd be incentive. Government would push to have more babies, but it's not happening. People don't want to have children like they used to. Most people only want to have one or two children based on economics. Okay? People don't, and it's sad to say that people don't look at having children as a blessing. They look at it more as as an economic issue, as a burden. So we're having less children. Okay, and the white community, their population has been dropping for years. It's not because they can't reproduce. It's because they're more focused on economics, more focused on making money. And most people don't want to have a big family. They want to have one or two kids. Some people don't want to have kids at all. Okay, but there's a narrative being pushed, and I think it comes from haters. Okay, the pro-black, anti-white that would love to see white people disappear because they got hate in their heart for white people. And it's sad. And but the thing of it is, nobody's disappearing. We're having less children, so our population's going down. But it's not because we can't, it's because we choose not to. We have birth control. People are having abortions out there. Our population's shrinking. Okay? And I think part of it is we lost our faith in God, and we don't look at children as a blessing. We don't look at having children as passing on a legacy, you know? And look, I got three children, and when me and my wife we had our children, there were some people that looked at it and say, "Dang, how many kids you going to have?" Like as if three children is a huge family, but it was looked at like that. And I'm talking about the early '90s when me and my wife had our children. And my wife had problems, giving birth. I almost lost my wife on with my youngest daughter. So we only had three children, you know. Um, if it was up to me, I love children, and me and my wife love children. If my wife didn't have complications giving birth, we'd probably have five or six children, or even more. Um, but anyway, life is life, and that happens. But anyway, I, I'm sorry, I'm kind of drifting. But how do we open up our options? How do we swirl to investment? Okay, and my thing is when I open up my options, okay, I uh, I swirl to investment, all right, and I did it because I wasn't looking for a hookup or looking for an experience. I was looking for a wife. Okay. And what I found is when it comes to women, and I believe black women are the best option when it comes to love and marriage. And when my father talked to me about finding a good wife and showed me scripture about the virtuous woman and how valuable a woman is, okay? And, my father, instilled that in me because my father, you know, impregnated my mother when they were both teenagers. So he didn't want me to fall into that. He wanted me to do things the right way and not be forced into marriage because you get somebody pregnant, but to be in a marriage because that's who you love and that's what you want. Okay. um but anyway, sorry about the dog barking. um Everybody came in and dogs going crazy, so uh but anyway, let me show you some videos. We're going to talk about this, okay? And I think more people need to open up our options. I believe that some of us are meant to open up our options and be with people of different racial groups. I think that's God's plan. I believe I was meant to marry a black woman. I think I was born to do this. Okay. And I think it's part of God's plan, to show people that we can find true love within each other. We don't have to look alike to love each other. We don't have to understand each other's struggle to love each other. We just need to be kind people to each other and give each other love and respect, you know. And when I talk about swirl to investment, I call men and women that interracially date to marriage. And I look at marriage as an investment, the biggest investment you'll make. Okay, so I call people that swirl for the purpose of marriage because that's who they love. I call them investors. Okay, there are different types of swirlers. Okay, there are people that swirl because they want an experience. There are people that swirl because they lust after different races. Okay, and that goes for all races of men. and women, not just white men. I know we get accused of being fetishizers, but we're not the only ones that do it. Okay, every racial group does it, both men and women. Okay, but we don't talk about that. But anyway, I got these videos I want to show you guys. Okay, and when you're going to open up your options, you got to be strategic. Okay, you got to do your research. Okay, because you don't want to open up your option to somebody that's lusting after you or somebody that wants an experience. Okay, and yes, black women. There are people that fetishize black women. It happens, but also there are people that fetishize white men, white women, black men. Okay, it goes on all sides. Okay, and unless you're a good time swirler, you don't want to be fetishized. Okay, you want true love. Now, when the love is true and you get intimate, you want your wife or husband, right, to desire you, to see you as to be attracted to you. Okay, and as men and women, we do have desire for each other. We do have that physical desire, that sexual desire. That's a natural thing. But the thing of it is there's a time and place for everything. That comes with love and marriage. Okay. That don't come with dating, or it shouldn't. Okay. That can really mess things up, and you don't want to be intimate with somebody that you don't love or don't love you. Okay. Okay. Let me see which video I'm going to show first. Okay, there are people that are for the swirl and against it. There are black women that love white men. There are black women that hate white men. Okay, there are white men that love black women that want to be with black women, and there's some white men that just want to be with their own race. Okay, and it's up to you, whoever you want to be with. It's not wrong if you're with the same racial group or you open up your options. Okay. And the important thing is you find true love, somebody that you can build with, somebody that you love that loves you back, that you can build a family with, and share God's blessings with each other. And the perfect situation. You come together when you're young, you fall in love, you get married, and you grow old together. And you build a family, and you watch your family grow before you leave this earth. Okay. And that's a true blessing. Okay. Now, speaking of, I want to talk about fetishization, because whenever we talk about interracial relationships, interracial marriage, a lot of times people say black women don't get with a white man because they will fetishize you. They're only after you because they're lusting after you. Okay, there are some white men that are like that, sure. But there are some white men that love black women and see the beauty that black women have, that see the character black women have. Okay? And believe it or not, ladies, a lot of men want a woman that loves them, that's going to be there for them. Okay? And it's not only physical attraction. Okay, that's part of it. That's what catches our eye. But a lot of men, I'm going to be honest, would rather have, a wife that's average, that truly loves them and is always there for them, than to have a girlfriend or wife that's a supermodel that, you know, ain't all that into them. Okay. Um, and when it comes to love and marriage and who we want to be with. The physical does matter. You got to be attracted to who you're with, but that's not everything. You want the commitment, you want the love, you want the loyalty. Okay, and there's all these factors. A lot of men will go for a woman they're attracted to, that's super beautiful, but really don't love them, and it might not work out. Um, anyway, and guys and women are going to be attracted to you not just how you look, but how you carry yourself. A lot of women want a guy that's hardworking, that's going to be loving and loyal. Okay, and I want to share something with you. Okay, I might get in trouble for this, but okay. But when it comes to intimacy, I don't share that stuff. Okay, that's private. That's husband and wife stuff. Okay, but I will tell you this. Okay, and my wife told me, she says, you know what? You know what's so attractive about you? And she says, this turns me on too. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to get in trouble because she's listening. But she said, your hard work. When you go to work, you're grinding. You work hard. You come home tired. You pay the bills. You make sure that I'm taken care of. And she says, I love you so much for that. And I've heard other women that I've talked to that said what they find attractive in men is men that are out there grinding, working hard, putting in the work for them because they know they love their family. They know the men that are doing that love them, and they're putting in their labor, their hard work to take care of their wife. And I think a lot of times women want, and it's not just one racial. I think all women of all races want a man that's going to go out there, work hard, and provide for them. And my wife told me that. She said, that's so attractive. That's a turn on. And she thanked me for working hard and paying the bills. And I'm like, well, that's what I'm supposed to do, you know. But in turn, I think women really want that. A lot of black women want that. They just want a man that's going. A lot of black women ain't looking for a man that's rich and balling out of control. They just want a man that works hard, that can make things happen, that can pay the bills, buy the groceries, provide a roof over their head. I think, and one thing I know about black women is when a black woman loves you, she's all in. And, if you're doing what you're supposed to, she's always going to have your back. When I married my wife, we didn't have nothing. We didn't have nothing. I just joined the army and, well, I had a job, and we got married. We're in love and, we're excited. And, through the years, as I learned more and as time went by, now we do pretty good financially. And that's because of hard work and it's because of my wife poured her love into me and believed in me and uplifted me. Maybe believed there's nothing I couldn't do. And I don't have a big ego, so it's not like I think I'm great. It's just that she said, "Yeah, you do." What's that? Love you too. She's joking, but she says, "Yeah, you have an ego." But seriously, you know. But the one thing that I have a blessing. I have a good wife that loves me, that has always had my back, that just believed in me, had faith in me. And with that, I always wanted to do the best I could for my wife. I never want to let my wife down. And my motivation of gaining wealth and getting better jobs down the road in my life was I wanted to do more for my wife. I wanted to give my wife more. My goal in life is my wife's happiness, you know, and I want to give her everything. She's already given me everything, you know. Anyway, let's see some of these videos, okay? But guys, if you're dating because you have a fetish or it's a lustful thing, you need to pray to God and get it right. Do not go in an interracial relationship with love and you know, make sure you love that person if you're going to open up your options. Okay, I'm going to show you this video of this young lady, and she's admitting she has a fetish, and you hardly hear women admit they got a fetish, right? But women do, men do. Okay, people sexually desire each other. Okay, there's nothing wrong with desiring each other if you're truly in love. If you're in a marriage and hey, you have desires, that there's nothing wrong with that. But if you go in a relationship where you're just lusting after somebody, that's wrong. Okay? And nothing good's going to come from that. But if you got true love and you desire your wife, ladies, you desire your husband, that's not a sin. Okay? That is a blessing. The thing of it is, we take God's blessing and we corrupt it. Okay? And when I say we, I'm talking society. Okay? All right. Let me show this video real quick.
So I was today years old when I found.
All right, she's talking about white men. Okay, how she feels about white men, and I appreciate this young lady's honesty. Okay,
So I was today years old when I found out two things: that I have a fetish, and that I have some unsurrendered lust to like that I need to submit to the Lord. So I was out and about, right, and then I seen this fine white man, right, and I almost broke my neck, right, because he was fine, and I mean, like, he had his like muscles out and everything, and he had a good head in his head. And I was just like, And I was like, oh wait, hold on, we're saved. Let's dial it back. And then I start to think, like, because my family knows me. They make jokes. They call me the white person of the family, right? Because of my likes and interests. They're a little not your typical LA black girl. And if you have questions by the end of this video, just ask them in the comments. But I noticed that I have a fetish for white men. I don't see white men as like, oh, he look like he a good provider. Ooh, he looks like he have thought-provoking conversations. I don't think like, ooh, like I would love this man to raise my son or raise our children. I don't look at them like that. When I'm thinking about white men, it's thoughts that I have not surrendered to the Lord. And I was just like, oh my gosh, this is the same thing white men do to black women, right? You have a lineup of exes that are black, and then you marry a white woman. And I was just like, oh my gosh, Lord, it's me. It's me. Oh my gosh. I was like, we need to surrender that to the Lord, because I didn't know I had that fetish. I'm thinking genuinely like, oh, I could see myself dating a white man, and then until I had to think, when you think about white men, what is your immediate thought? What is your immediate response to seeing them? I don't look at them like they're good. Oh, that'd be a good provider. I look at black men like that. I was like, interesting.
all right. So she's admitting she has a fetish for white men, and she don't look at white men as a good provider or someone to raise her son or their children. She's looking at it as a physical desire. Okay, And here's the thing, here's a red flag. Now, this young lady is an attractive young lady. A lot of white men would love to date her because she has physical beauty, okay? And, but you don't want to get with somebody that's with you because of a fetish or because of lust, okay? You want somebody that truly loves you. Now, when you fall in love, you're going to have desires for each other. We're human, okay? But if your purpose of interracially dating is based on a fetish or lust, you don't need to be doing it. This young lady don't need to be with white men until she gets, like she said, surrender it to God. Let God handle it. Okay? And if you fall in love with a white man because he's a good man and you you have the right desire, that's true love, yeah, you can open it. But what's scary, okay, is she don't see white men as a good provider. She's not even thinking about that. Only black men. Big problem with this is because, okay, so if you have a fetish with a white man and you have some lust you didn't surrender to God, so what are you going to do? Marry a black man and cheat with a white man? That'd be disastrous. Okay, and that happens. Okay, not only white men fetishize, black women do, black men do. I think black men fetishize more than anybody. That's just my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong, but there are a lot of white women that fetishize black men. Okay, and here's the thing: what black men provides. Okay, yeah, fetishization is not racially exclusive. Anybody can be a fetishizer. Okay, why they only talk about white men doing it when everybody's doing it? I don't know. Okay, but look, it happens. And if you're caught up in a fetish or a lustful desire, leave those people alone. Get it right with God. You don't want to go in a relationship built on lust. Okay. But I appreciate this woman's honesty. Okay. And, acknowledging you have an issue is the first step, right? Okay. Anybody can fall into lust. Okay. You can be the greatest Christian ever and fall into lustful sin. Okay? So you got to keep your guard up. Make sure the love is true. Okay? Because I'm telling you, uh, if it's based on lust, it's never going to work. Okay? People are going to get hurt. Okay? But that's the first time I've heard a black woman admit that she has a fetish. And I know there are black women out there that have fetishes. I've experienced that. I've seen it. Okay, and it's not everybody in every racial group, men and women. There are people that have fetishes, that have lust in their heart. Okay, that's something we got to fight against. Okay, you want your love to be true and pure. You don't want to go into a relationship with lust. Okay, any because if you're in a relationship based on lust, that person you're with will never satisfy you. Okay, lust is like a disease that eats at you. It's like a drug you got to keep having, but you'll never be satisfied. It's like having a cake and only eating the icing. Yeah, the icing tastes good, but it will never be satisfying. You got to have the whole cake. Meaning, when you're in a relationship, you need love from all areas. Okay? Not just the physical. But society conditions us to have fetishes, conditions us to be lustful. Look at our movies, look at society. There are people that think because they're dating, they got to be in the bedroom too. No. Okay. But, anyways, what's that? What black men provides. Okay. Well, that's how she looks. All right. Now let's show another one. Who am I going to show next? Okay. I'm going to show this young lady. You've seen her before. And she's pro black and don't understand why there's a collective of black women that want to date white men. Go figure. Why would that happen? All right, let's show this.
Why is there
Okay.
a why are
Before I show this, black women, why choose white men? All right, let's hear it.
why is there a collective of black women who are so invested in trying to convince themselves and other people that they should get with white men when white men collectively are not interested? Yeah, there's a few here and there, but I'm like, the collective of white men are not banding together with these ladies to build a political alliance at all. I mean, white men and black women are politically misaligned, and she makes it seem like it's a media thing, and it's like, no, that's just very much the real voting patterns. Black women and black men are actually the most politically aligned when you look at the voting patterns.
Okay, let me address this. Okay, first of all, okay, voting patterns. Okay, 90% of black people vote Democrat. I got that. Well, newsflash, most white people vote Democrat too. Okay, it's more of an even split with white people. Okay, but there are a lot of white men politically aligned with black women. Okay, and only 7% of the population, only 7% of the population is black women. Okay, black women represent 7%. So there are plenty of liberal white men that will be with black women that are liberal, are Democrat. Okay, but here's the thing. Okay, I'm talking political parties. Okay, um, but there are a lot of black people, black men and women that have conservative values, but tend to only vote Democrat. Okay, that is out there. Uh, I talked to one of my friends, and he said, "Well, the Democrats, there's no longer any conservative Democrats. There used to be conservative Democrats and liberal Republicans that would, go both ways in the party, but it's been, polarized where one party you got to believe it one thing, the other thing." And I said, no, there are plenty of conservative Democrats, and many of them are black people that have conservative values, but they vote Democrat because a lot of them think Republicans are just racist, and even though they share their values, they got to vote Democrat. That's been sold. Okay, but I don't mean to get political, but she brought politics in the why are black women a collective of black women that are encouraging each other to open up their options. And I'm going to tell you why that is. Okay? Black women, a lot of black women want relationships, okay, that are traditional. They want marriage, they want a family, okay? And they're seeing that, in many cases, they're having better options with white men or non black men than within their own community. Okay? So some black women are opening up their options to other groups of men because they want a marriage. They don't just want a relationship, they want an actual marriage. Okay? And some people think marriage, don't mean nothing. It's just a piece of paper. But some people value marriage. Some people value that marriage certificate. And marriage to me is a beautiful blessing. I can't see myself being a single man, especially my age. Like that would suck. I love having a wife that loves me. I love having a family. I love being in a marriage. Okay. And I think a lot of black women, white men, they're come together based on their values, not political party, okay, based on their values. And they share the same goals. Okay. That's not a bad thing. Okay. And and some people vote for stuff they don't even know about. They don't do a lot of research. They go with the flow because the group they're in is going one way and they follow. People are like sheep. Okay. But anyway, but it's not a bad thing. If black women are encouraging other black women to open up their options, hey, maybe they found something. Maybe they found men that actually want to be married to them, that actually love them. Okay. And look, people thought I was nuts, thought I was crazy because I opened up my options. Okay. People thought I was crazy because I married a black woman. People hated me for it. Okay. There were both black and white people that hated me for being with a black woman. But there are people that love me because I had the courage to love who I love. Okay? And look, I don't care if there's collective groups of women loving who they want. If there's a collective of white women saying get a black man, that's their business, that's their right. Okay? It's their life. You go where you're loved and celebrated, who you want to be with. Okay? Okay. Now, I'm going to show you a video, and this is why a lot of white men are discouraged. Okay, hold on. I got to take a quick break, real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, guys. Sorry about that. I had to take a quick bathroom break here. Thank God the bathroom's close to the studio. Okay. All right. Okay. What were we talking about? Sorry. But look, I'm for relationships. I I don't care what people have a preference for, okay? We all have our preferences. It's okay. You can have a preference for somebody that thinks like you, that you can identify with, or some people prefer dating outside their race, and some people feel more comfortable within their race. It don't matter as long as you find a good a good wife, a good husband, right? I promote interracial relationships, but I support all marriages, okay? And here's the thing, the reason I promote interracial relationships so hard is because I found that there are a lot of black women, white men that are having amazing relationships, having good marriages. Okay. I'm in an interracial marriage. I've been married 32 years. Okay. I've been blessed. People thought I was a fool for dating black women, for marrying a black woman, but turns out that I'm doing better off than they are. You know, there ain't too many people that have a 32-year marriage. Okay. And most of the people that were against my marriage and thought I was making a mistake, you know what? Their marriages didn't last. They've been in multiple marriage, been married multiple times, not finding, you know, their true love. But I did because I looked at the character, and because I was raised to look at people as people. I was never told I was better than anybody. In fact, I was told the opposite. My dad told me you ain't shit. He didn't say it like that, but he said until you prove yourself. You're no better than the other kid. You're my son, I love you, but you ain't no better than nobody. My father was brutal like that. But it was a blessing because I didn't grow up thinking I was something I'm not. I didn't grow up thinking I was better than anybody. Okay? And you know, it's a beautiful thing to have humility, to be humble. Because when somebody shows you love, you embrace that. Okay? You cherish that. And you're grateful for it. And I thank God that I had the courage to open up my options and pursue black women. And I thank God for the black women that rejected me. I'm grateful. You say, Roadrunner, you lost your mind. You're grateful for a rejection. Damn right I am. You know why? Because it kept me grounded. And when I found the black woman that loved me, I embraced it. I was grateful for it. I was thankful. Okay? Now, I don't like rejection at all. I hated it. But sometimes, you know, rejection's a good thing. Yeah, I could drop the link. I'm sorry. I still got some videos, but okay. Okay, there's a link if you want to come up. Let me show this video real quick. This young lady, okay, she don't like interracial relationships, and she makes it a point. Okay, and that's her right. No hate towards her. If you don't want to be with a white man, that's fine. Why you got to announce you don't want to? Uh, well, anyway.
I think media is pushing.
All right. She talks about media pushing interracial relationships, black and white interracially, commercials, etc. Okay, let's hear
So
it.
here is why I think media is pushing the interracial black-white partnership so much. And bracing y'all right now, I am going to sound a little Dr. Umarish, but just hold on and bear with me, okay?
A little Dr. Umar. Oh, God. Here we go.
I think the reason why we're seeing such a push for black-white interracial couples is not because love is love, because racism is over, but it is an attempt to continue on the white heritage and to diminish the black heritage. Now, keep in mind, I don't know how true this will end up being under this administration because they are cutting everything, and Levy, Virginia could be on the chopping block too. So just know that.
No, Living for it versus Virginia is not on the chopping block. Okay. We got two Supreme Court justices in interracial marriages. They ain't going to let that happen. And black men love opening up their options. They're damn sure not going to put up with it. And those of us white men that love black women, we're not going to put up with that. Uh, if anybody tried that, they would find out that their life would not be good. So that ain't going to happen. Let's continue.
While this is what I think, it could very well turn out to not be that at all. But I'm thinking about it from the standpoint that in about 20 to 30 years, the white race in America will be the minority. And I think that is freaking the white folks out tremendously. They are
Okay, let me address that. Yeah, we will be the minority, but it's not freaking the white folks out. We really don't give a shit. We don't. If we did, we'd be having white babies left and right. Okay? And we're not. And I'm speaking white people in general, we're only having one or two children. Why? Because we're chasing that dollar. We want to make money. So we really don't give a shit what the population's going to be. We really don't. White people ain't like that. Okay? Black people are looking at white people in the 1800s. Stop it. Get in 2026. We're not a group that comes together with racism trying to mess with black people. We're not doing that. Is there racist groups of white people? Yes. But the majority of us are not racist. And we don't care who the majority is, minority. We're not trying to take over nothing. Okay? You're caught up in the past, young lady. Okay? And that thing that we're trying to get with black people because we're scared our race is dying out makes no damn sense. Okay? And the racist white people, the white supremacists, they don't want black people mixed with their DNA. Okay? They don't look at it that way. I don't know why this narrative is pushed, but it is. It just blows my mind. It's just a weird thought. Okay? White people really don't care about the population. If they did, they'd start pumping out babies. Okay? And for me, I don't give a shit what color our population is in the future. I know it'll be mixed. And hey, I'm leading the way in that. So it's okay. Okay. So whatever. But let's continue.
panicking over the potential of the white race being lost and forgotten about. And I think they're trying to find now creative ways to ensure that the white race prevails. And I think one of the ways they found that out is through diluting the black race. If a black person and a white person.
Okay, so if it's found out that by diluting the black race, but with that logic, aren't we diluting the white race while we're mixing with the black race? So aren't both races being diluted? I'm trying to understand logically. Okay, how can the white race grow if we're procreating with other racial groups? Wouldn't we be mixed race and not white anymore, right? That makes no damn sense. We're going to be mixed race. I think the pro blacks are afraid of this because they don't want to be mixed race. I don't think it's so much white people afraid of. I think black people are afraid of this. I think she's afraid of it. I think she's afraid of the black race being the minority and being less black people. I think that's what it really is. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't understand how the white race hangs out with it with that logic by procreating with different races, i.e., black people. Because if we're diluting the black race, aren't we diluting the white race too? I mean, tell me if I'm wrong. I'm trying to think in her mind, right? What's that? Even racist white men are not removing interracial relationships because some them still pay for their interracial fantasies. Hmm. Okay. Yeah. Well, look, there are racist white people that have fantasies with black women. Yes, they're out there, and and that's based on lust. And I'm telling you, it's the same way with racist black people. You know what I mean? They'll hate white people, but still have fantasies with white people, just like white people do with black people. Okay, and I think, and tell me if I'm wrong, but from what I've seen, there's a lot of pro-black women that don't like white people, but will sleep with white people, will sleep with white men, but do not like them, and believe in a pure black race, just like there's white racists sleeping with black people. Look, but that's a lustful fantasy. Okay, but us in the middle that are they're common sense people, I say the majority of us, we look at people as people, and the reason we're with people of different races is 'cause that's who we love. Okay, but anyway, let's continue.
person get together and have a baby, that baby is not biracial. If that biracial child then also gets with a white person that has a baby, that baby has a high chance of coming out white. There is a high potential for.
And see, that's where her problem is. That baby that is biracial, black and white parents, and then that baby marries a white person, then their children are going to look white. That's a fear. She's telling us what she fears. She fears black people being less black people. Okay, I don't look at that in a racial lens. I look at it as people as people. And if we truly love each other, we're all going to be mixed race. And is that so bad? Is that a bad thing if America turns out to be a country of mixed race people? It's going to happen anyway. You can't stop it. So why don't we just love each other and choose a wife or husband based on their character, based on how much love they show us? How about we get with people we love that love us back and not worry about the color? That's my opinion. Look, I don't care if my kids are light, dark, or in between. As long as they're good people, successful, and as long as my family grows down the line, it can end up being light or dark. I don't care. But I'm telling you, it's going to be my family's already a mixed race family. You know, from me, my wife, our kids, our grandkids, we all have different shades, okay? And that's okay. As long as we're good, loving people, who cares what we look like? I mean, come on. Let's
Them
continue.
to be able to wipe out our black genes within like 2 generations, maybe three tops. And that's what I think it's about. I don't think this is a whole, oh, we're so diverse. Look, we got a black person, white person. No, I think this is them trying to normalize us coming together and having kids, not because love is love, not because we're fighting against racism, but because they are trying to stay in the game for as long as they possibly can. And if you want to get even more technical here, I tend to notice the interracial dynamic is a black man and a white woman, and I think that is for a reason too. Because typically speaking, when the woman is black, she's going to raise her kids immersed in black culture and black history. That typically is not the same when the black person's the father. Let's just keep it a stack.
Talk about generalizations. How does she know every black woman's going to raise her kids in black culture and the black man is not? Okay, that's a generalization. And what I hear from this, what this woman is saying, that white people are getting, that there's propaganda being pushed, that interracial relationships, because white folks are scared because our population's going down. So we got to get with black people to preserve the white race. Okay. And also delete the black race. How, if you're a racial supremacist, how does this even make sense? We're just becoming mixed race. Now, maybe you don't agree with that. Maybe you want it to be all blackety black, and but people. have a free will. People are going to go where they want to go. And it's not a propaganda thing that black men are getting with white women. There are black men they just want to be with white women. I mean, if that's what they want, that's up to them. And if the white woman's willing, hey, have at it. Okay? But they're not being swindled into it. They're not being tricked. Okay? They're not seeing a commercial. Oh, damn, there's an interracial couple. I need to go get me, I need to open up my options because I just saw a Cheerios commercial with black and white people. No. People are doing that because people, can see beauty in different racial groups. And some people are attracted to other groups more than others. Okay? Growing up, my preference has always been black women. I've always been attracted to black women. Nobody told me I needed to do this. I didn't wake up and see a commercial and that's not what led to it. I seen something in black women. I Early on in my life, I had a love for black women as a baby. And growing up, I carried that love, and I'm married to a black woman. And and I'm happy. I got a amazing wife. Guess what? She don't look like me. Oh my God, I'm okay with it. Okay, I got a great wife, and that's the important thing. Now, what shade of color my kids are, who cares? As long as they got a big heart, they have character, and they're successful. That's all I care about. Let's continue.
Keep it a bean. When the mother is white, they are going to raise those kids white. You see where I'm going with that? I think that
I disagree. I know white women that are married to black women, and they're overly pro black. And in fact, they almost worship black men. I've seen this. They're not trying to make them white a lot of times. I guess some will, but no. I think this young lady's talking about something she don't know nothing about. It just her thought process or something she's heard from somebody else. She's believing in stereotypes and generalizations. Okay. But anyway, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe she's right on the reason why I no, I don't think so.
this is all very intentional messaging and done for a reason. This for me is a strong reason why I personally will not be having no kids by no white man. I no.
Okay, first of all, young lady, uh you don't have to worry about that. Okay. If you don't want to have kids with white men, why you got to say it? Just don't. Be with the man you want to be with. Okay. And look, in my opinion, why is this lady even saying that? Just say you believe in black love. But in my opinion, I think if some white man, some decent looking white man, showed her some attention and was into her, I think she'd be a swirl queen. Just my opinion. I've seen women like this in my life that are so pro blackety black and white is bad and all that other crap end up being with a white man later on. So never say never. But anyway, let me go ahead and remove this. But she has every right to believe what she wants. Okay, free speech, right? But my thing is look, be with who you want to be with, who shows you love and respect. Okay, that's the important thing. The color, the race, the population, who's going to be a minority or majority later on, who cares? And I look at my country, and my country is a mixed race country. A lot of people are mixed race in America. Okay, And even the ones that are all white are heavily European mixture. Black people are mixed with many different tribes in Africa, and a lot of black people have European DNA in them. Look, we're going to be a mixed country, okay? The thing of it is, in my opinion, don't worry about it, okay? Just find someone that you love that loves you back. And if you do that, you'll be happier. You won't have to worry about, oh my God, if a black woman gets with a white man and they have a mixed child and that mixed child gets with another white person, they would no longer look black, they'll look white. And this goes both ways. And these white nationalists think, oh my God, white people are being invaded by different racial groups and we're never going to be the same. And shut up. Just love our country, love the people in it, and do the best we can. But anyway, let me drop the link real quick. Okay. And you're good to come up. Okay. Anybody wants to come up, the link's there. Okay. Hello. How's it going, young lady?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Why is there an echo? I'm so bad at this thing.
Is there an echo? Uh,
I
I
don't know
don't hear
why
it.
this is happening.
Let me check my settings.
It's probably
Let me see.
it's probably
Uh,
my fault.
I got echo counseling. I got the echo cancellation. I don't know. I I hear you just fine. Can you hear me okay even with the echo?
Yeah,
Um, hey, in the chat, do you guys hear an echo? There's no echo. Okay, maybe it's on your. I don't hear an echo, but can you hear me okay with the echo?
let me leave and come back because
Oh, okay, yeah. Go ahead.
okay,
We'll see if that because
this is weird.
well, are you watching it on YouTube and Streamyard? If you are, while you're up here, turn off the YouTube because that'll create a echo, a double feed. You know what I'm saying? Because if you're on your computer and you hit the link, but you still got the YouTube on, it will produce an echo.
Okay, I thank you. That took care
It,
of it.
did it? Did it?
Yeah, it did. Thank you. I'm
Oh,
sorry
okay.
about
Yeah, no worries. I've had that happen before. Yeah, it just that both are on, yeah, and it just like double feeds it and it gets that echo going on. Okay. Well, good. Welcome to the show.
that. Well,
And
it's great to be here, and I will say that I appreciate what you do in this kind of world of negativity and the media is filled with negativity. This is a safe space, and there's a lot of positivity here. So I want to thank you for that.
oh,
And as you
thank
can
you so
see,
much.
I am a Black woman. I didn't know that avatar was going to show up, but yeah, I am a Black woman. So, um, but I wanted to kind of talk about the first video with
Okay.
the young lady. And if I talk too much, please just or if I cut you off, I do apologize. I don't mean to do that
Oh,
either.
no worries. Yeah, it's all good.
But I wanted to talk about um, the first video with the young lady who said that, well, she referred to white men as her fetish. I don't want to invalidate her struggle because she clearly was struggling with lust. And I hope that she finds a way
Yeah.
out of that. But um, I don't believe that white men are a fetish for Black women. Um,
Okay.
I think that I was thinking about this earlier today. That some
I
of
don't
that
think so either. I mean, there's some that will fetish, but most black women, it's not that. Yeah, I agree with you on that.
some of this language around fetishization was projected into everybody's mind by a particular group of men who shall remain nameless,
Mhm.
who refer to black women as a fetish for white men. I don't believe that white men are fetishizing black women either. And I think that that's why she said that, because black women are portrayed as a fetish for white men. When the truth of the matter is that kind of language, I think, really diminishes black female desirability, meaning
Yeah,
that a man can't just like a black woman, that she's a fetish, right? And that's what I don't like. And we know who started that kind of language. I'm not gonna, you know, I, but black women are not visual, right? So we're not obsessing over blonde hair and blue eyes. She was, but most
yeah,
black women are not obsessing over blonde hair and blue eyes. We're literally just going where we feel loved. And
right,
so, I hope she finds her way out of that struggle, but her struggle is not every woman's struggle. A
right.
fetish is literally an obsession. Okay. White men are not obsessed with black women, and black women are not obsessed with white men. It's just that people are starting to go where they feel loved in this generation, particularly millennials and Gen Z.
Yeah,
And so, you know, in in terms of the second video, unfortunately, she said that, you know, white men are not politically aligned with black women, and there's no collective love of black women. But, unfortunately, I don't even want to say this, but black men aren't aligned with black women either.
yeah.
um, so I'll just leave it at that. And as far as the third video is concerned, um, it just sounds like that's a bit of a conspiracy theory, because black male and female relationships were initiated by individuals, not the government. And
Right.
so, um, that's it. It's my commentary, short and sweet.
Yeah,
Hopefully,
I want to say something on that last video. That is a conspiracy theory, and it makes no sense if you're looking at white people as being white supremacists and trying to, keep the white race going. Sort of say, white supremacists aren't looking to procreate with black people. They don't look at it as preserving the race. The thing of it is a white supremacist looks at, if you procreate with someone other than white, you're no longer white. Okay? They won't look at my children, my biracial children, as white children. Okay? And society don't even look at my children as white children. They they used to say they're black because my wife's black, but now they say they're biracial, right? We've moved to that. Um But white people, if they were scared of the population, they would have more babies. And from what I know, white people can still reproduce. I got three children. I'm a white man. My reproduction is working just fine. My brother has children. He's a white man. Um, and his wife is white. They have white children. The thing of it is people are not having as many children based on economics, and a lot of people are going uh for wealth more than a big family. They want to get that big house, they want to get that car, they want to move up financially, and children are expensive, so most people are having one or two kids. And like I say, with my family back in the 90s, the early 90s, they thought I had a big family because I got three kids. Is that really a big family? Back in the day, that would be a small family, right? Um, but that's propaganda. And what they're using is to discourage interracial relationships by saying white people are only being getting with black people because they're afraid their race is going to die out. So they're just using black people to keep the white race going, and it's trying to push a narrative that white supremacy is just running rampant. And even though we will marry black women and have children, it's only for a racial reason, which is a lie. But that's what they're pushing. It's crazy. It's like you can't just be a white person and love black people and marry a black person and have a family. You're still racist. So it's the propaganda being pushed to keep us divided and separated. I just and tell me
Yeah.
I'm wrong. That's just what I see, because if we truly love each other, we're going to come together and live together, get along, and some of us are going interracially date and marry and have children. And to me, what's wrong with that? I'm not concerned about America turning, uh, maintaining a white majority or whoever's the majority. I don't care. People are
Mhm.
people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And and I didn't get married based on how my children are going to look. I got married based on who I fell in love with. And it happened to be a black woman. So, you know,
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine. I was just agreeing with you. As far as people marrying a black woman for the purposes of breeding us out, I understand that people might feel somewhat erased by um, interracial relationships. They might feel personally erased on both sides. But I don't have anything against anybody, and I know you don't either. And I am just an advocate of people going where they feel loved. I get it. It's controversial. There's a lot of trauma. There's a lot of bad history here.
Right.
Really controversial history here in the country that is still kind of playing itself out. I get it. This is controversial. Um, but some of what I heard was just conspiracy theory in terms of trying to wipe out the culture. Um, I just think that um, millennials and Gen Z are more likely to just kind of go against social norms more so than previous generations. Um, I don't want to completely invalidate these people's concerns, but they were kind of weird conspiracy theories. I also am a lover of culture, and I get it. Um, People want to be able to stay connected to their culture. Um, and right now, I guess I don't really have much to say about that because I really don't know the solution. I have my thoughts about some things. I don't know everything. And, that's it.
Oh, okay. When I
Yeah.
look at culture, I think culture is something that we kind of share, and it changes through time a bit. Um, because white people, we're not living like Europeans do. Our culture's totally changed. Um, some things will carry over, and I look at, like, my family. Okay, when we have Thanksgiving, on my dad's side, all my cousins married Hispanic people. you know, but we living in New Mexico, that's the environment. That's who they love. Um, so my family's already becoming a mixed family, and I never really thought of it that way because I never really looked at Hispanic as, yeah, they're Hispanic, and they speak Spanish and English, and it but there wasn't never a big issue about that type of marriage. It's so common that it's almost like, okay, they're white people that speak Spanish, kind of look at it that way. um but they carry a different culture, and I was thinking about that when we have Thanksgiving dinner. This is what Thanksgiving looks like at my house. We'll have turkey, and then we'll have like soul food and Mexican food. And it's not planned that way. That's just what we do. And that's kind of a mixture of culture. And it's like, me and my wife, we don't go one way or the other. We just do what we like and embrace what we like. And it's kind of getting like different cultures. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think culture is a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
And what you said does make sense. I wonder, in terms of like the melting pot theory,
Uh-huh.
does it make more sense to say that I guess everybody is free to practice their respective culture, their ancestral culture or whatever, wherever they came from? Because I don't know about are the cultures going to mesh, do you think? Or do you think that people are just going to feel free to practice um,
I,
whatever culture they come from? Or,
I think through time it's going to change. I think um, I, things ain't going to be what they used to be. Okay. Um, we're not going to be segregated like we once were. Even though there's people that want it and want to hold on to their culture, their racial group, their ethnicity, it's just going to change. And I just think it's just the nature of it. And I think you can marry within your race, teach your kids to do that, but you're going to have some of them that fall in love with somebody of a different group, and they're going to have children. And through time, we're all going to be mixed. And, you know, it, until the Lord comes back. And then, but whenever that happens, but as we go on, we're going to continue to be more infused, you might say.
Mhm.
Um, and whether people like it or not, we're going to be together. And I don't think it's a bad thing. I honestly think it's God's plan that He wants us to love each other like ourselves. And if we do, if we just loved each other like we love ourselves, there would be so many interracial relationships. We wouldn't even uh realize it's happening. We'd just be with who we loved, and if people had love in their heart, they wouldn't care. We'd just be happy people. What we look like? Well, we'd be a mixture of many different nations, of this world. And our country has every nation in the world here. So yeah, we're going to mix. We're going to procreate with each other. Yeah, there's going to be racial hate along the way. Yeah, there's going to be people against it, but it's going to happen. You can't stop it. And my thing is just don't worry about it. Don't worry about how many white people are around or who's going to be the majority. Just, you know, my thing is just, love who you are and love the people around you. And you know what? Go where you're loved and celebrated, whatever color that is. I
Yeah.
can't, you know what I mean? I just, we're people. Just be people. I mean, and I don't know. People say I'm too simplistic with that, but I don't worry about stuff I can't control. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It,
oh, sorry. Sorry. Go ahead,
yeah, I'm
please.
sorry. Go ahead.
No, please, you can finish. I mean, you
No,
know,
I was just saying that I don't worry about what America's going to look like and who's going to be the biggest group. I don't care. I just, because I understand there's good and evil in all groups. And, does it matter if white people are the minority later on, I don't care. I just don't care. You know what I mean? I don't look at it as us against them. And, I'm happy with my family and my wife. And, I don't, however way it goes, I think it's just God's plan and it's going to happen, you know. But I don't think nobody's disappearing. I think we're just kind of fusing together, you might say. We're just going
Yeah.
procreate with each other.
Yeah, and I've heard some commentary online recently where people are challenging one another to put God above culture. And that conversation has my ear. I don't know how I feel about that.
Mhm.
But I have, one Nigerian parent and one Black American parent. And um, I just feel like if you marry somebody outside of your culture, you can have the best of both worlds. Just like you
Right.
said, just like you described before, where you had American food and you had some Southwestern Mexican Tex-Mex food at Thanksgiving. I mean, you can have the best of both worlds. And so when that woman, I guess in the third video, said that it's going to wipe out culture, it doesn't necessarily have to be that way. You can have the best of both worlds. You know, you can have your cake and eat it too. That's how I see it. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and I I just think it's just we're just going we're in it together, and until we realize that, we can eliminate a lot of the problems. I
Absolutely.
I think we're so focused on the past that we can't even build the future. I mean, just if you're with who you love, I think good people belong with good people, and the more good people, the better off we are. Now, are we going to be black or white? We're going to be a mixture of all groups, and that's okay. Um, I just think we just need to embrace each other and not worry about. See, you can't control what's going to happen. You know what I mean? Every human being has a free will, and God gives us that. Every human being chooses their own path. Now you're going to be influenced by people along the way, your parents, your family, your friends, but at the end of the day, you choose your own path. Who you're going to be, who you're going to marry, who you're going to be with, that's your choice. And you
Hmm.
know, looked at it that way, we're worrying about stuff we can't control. It just to me it seems silly because why am I going to stay up worrying? Oh my God, the white population's dropping. Oh my God, people that look like me are going to be less in the future. Oh, what do I do? There ain't nothing I can do about that. It just we're having less children, and in many countries around the world are having less children than they used to. Why? I think a lot of it's economics. A lot of it is the world has changed. Back in the day we had farms, so having a big family helped out on the farm because you had people helping out. Your kids would work that farm with you. But in today's world, we go to a job, a 9 to 5, we come home, and we have a little house, and with inflation and the price of things, we're looking at it like, okay, I want to have kids, but maybe one or two, because we're looking at it economically. And it just, that's how the world is. It's not that we can't reproduce and we're dying out, so we got to get with black people to save our race, which that just seems crazy to me that people come up with that. It's just the world's changed. You know, I
Yeah.
mean, my grandparents had big families. Well, they were farmers. They had to,
Mhm. Yeah.
Medical costs wasn't like it is now. And a lot of women didn't, there's a lot of women that didn't make it through childbirth either, and I mean, it's just the way of the world. But, my thing is when you can see truth, you can make the best decisions, you know, and
Yeah.
I found in my life that black women were amazing, and, and people thought I was crazy for thinking that. But as time goes by, the truth surfaces, and people thought because I was with a black woman that it was all lust and it's something sexual I was trying to explain, and it wasn't that at all. Of course, as a man, I'm going to desire women naturally, and women desire men, but you do it the right way through love and marriage. Um, but I wasn't crazy at all. I seen character that black women in my life, and it had an impact on my life. And is that so bad? So I seen black women that had a big heart, had character, black women of faith that had an impact on my life, that it impacted me, individual, with my faith, how I looked at women. And I just had that bond with black women that I think that, like, that motherly bond that I didn't really have with my own mother, you might say, because I came from teenage parents. So I think black women kind of filled that void. And I didn't grow up in a black community, but for some reason there was black women in my life that had an impact. And I think that's God moving in my life. And and I think there's a lot of people that experience what I have, but they don't talk about it, or they've been conditioned to believe that the only people that will love them are the people in their own little group. And it's sad. And I'm going to show a video later on about this woman saying that there's a lot of older white men that are cheating on their white wives with black women. And you know what? There is truth to that. Because there are a lot of white men that are attracted to black women, but they don't pursue black women. They don't marry black women because they've been taught in society, they've been conditioned that you stay with your own group. And I'm talking mostly in the baby boomers and the Gen X generation. My generation, Gen X, there wasn't a lot of us. I mean, in my generation, we kind of opened it up, but there still wasn't a lot of us doing it. There wasn't a lot of white men with black women, even though it kind of bloomed in my generation and slowly took off. There's a lot of white men that wanted to be with black women that just didn't have the courage, or just believe society wouldn't allow it, so they just stuck with their own group. And as they get older, they still desire black women, and they'll cheat. And my thing is, if they would just go be with the women they want to be with and pursue that group, they'd be happier. Um, and I hate when people talk about that, try to discourage interracial relationships, because who are these people to tell us who we can love and who we can, y- you know, marry and build a life with? Who are these people telling us that? They have no right, whether they're black or white or whatever they are. That is our decision. That is our right. It's not a state right. It's not, a right that we're given by our government. It's a human right, and
Yeah.
it just, anyway, I'm sorry. I could go on all night talking about this.
No, you're
But
fine. I mean, I was just saying, uh, no, I was just agreeing. I wasn't. I mean, I was also thinking in my head. I just love seeing you and Sandy together, and I
yeah,
love seeing that kind of modeled out in the open, out in public like that. Um, you know, I think it's great, and I get it. I understand in reference to some of the videos that we've seen. There's a lot of trauma between certain racial groups. I get it,
yeah,
and that trauma is kind of like ongoing. It's like it doesn't look like it's going to end. Any, I mean, it might end, might not, but I know interracial dating is really, really, really controversial, and it's probably going to continue to be controversial. I try to deal with people as individuals because systemic oppression is real. Um, you know, uh, I mean, systemic issues are real, and so I feel like the only way that I can move in my life is to deal with people as individuals and kind of go where you feel loved. I know that's a
yeah,
simple. I know that answer might be a little overly simplistic, um, but that's just what I think as of now. And like
yeah.
I said, before, I feel like interracial relationships can make people feel erased on the outside, not in the relationship, but outside of the relationship, family members and things like that. People feel erased, and it's controversial because there's political issues and systemic issues, and black people and white people don't always get along. But um, I just feel like it. You know, you are a person of faith, and so am I. And I think that that kind of thing can be overcome on an individual level. It's not going to happen systemically.
Right. I think you're right, and that's really how I live my life as an individual. And I believe that I think we should live more individually than in the collective. When I look at history, I think just living in the collective gets us into trouble. I and when I look at history, when we talk about the sins of our nation, we talk about slavery, Jim Crow, all the evils, right? And my thing is I believe that what changed it and got us away from those evils was the free thinking individual that could look at it and say, okay, look, this group of people we're not treating right. We're wrong for what we do. You know what I mean? And it was the individuals that can look at it and say, okay, this ain't right. Where collectively, when we just go with the flow, even though evil things are happening, we just kind of let it happen. Even and we might not agree with it, but it takes individual courage to change things, to and doing the right thing a lot of times is the hardest thing you'll ever do because it's easy to go with the flow. Okay, the group thinks this way, I'm just going to go with that. And a lot of times us as people, we look for the path of least resistance, so we just go along to get along, and we accept things the way they are even though they can be really evil. um but I just I don't agree with collective thinking. I think individually is where we're better off because I can't see myself siding with somebody because they're white like me. Oh my God, a white man's being attacked, so I got to jump in because he's white like me. That to me is stupid. Maybe he's in the wrong. Why am I? I just, as an individual, I think you would look at people more as individuals instead of your group against my group type thing.
Mm,
Um, and racism, it thrives on collectivism. in the collective, people just believing in a certain way, and but individuals thinking is going to look at it more logically and say, "Ah, wait a minute, this ain't right. What are we doing here?" And I think the individuals have changed the world where they might be part of even a hate group and look at it like, "Wait a minute, we're doing this. It don't feel right, or something's not right about it." Because you start thinking as an individual, you're not thinking as a group, because the group's going to go one way, and it's like sheep. You just go and you just follow, and that's the easy way. Um, but if you're going to
Interesting.
anyway, go ahead.
No, sorry. I just have a bad habit of like saying yes, interesting. Keep going. I'm not I didn't mean
Oh
to interrupt you.
no,
Go ahead.
that's about all I have to say about it. I just, for me, you know what? I live a good life. I'm with the woman I love. I'm happy. I got a good wife. And you know what? I chose my path. And there were people that didn't think I chose the right path. There were people against me. Um, but I'm happy because I made my own choice. And you know what? I made a pretty good choice. And you know what? And the thing of it is my wife, her character, and the love she has for me. You know what? And I see so many of the same qualities my wife has. I see that in other black women. Well, black women led me to my wife. Think about it. And I see a beautiful blessing in black women. I call black women that the hidden treasure. And the reason I say that is because black women are around us all the time. And of course there's good and bad black women, but the majority of black women I've been around have been amazing women, that have been women that are down to earth, that have reason. And I think dating black women, being in a relationship with a black woman, you have an advantage, because what I've seen in black women, when you date a black woman that's into you, she's engaged in you. She's pouring her love into you. And I've said this many times: if a black woman loves you, you're blessed. And if you're a decent man, you got it made. Okay. And people say, well, okay, well, there's good women in all groups. And yes, there is. No doubt. All women are beautiful, but there's something about black women that I've seen. And I've always been more comfortable around black women. I felt black women, believe it or not, accept me more for who I am than white women or other groups of women. I, really,
Hmm.
I feel that way. I felt more comfortable. I felt more loved. It just felt right.
Hmm. Interesting.
But, people say, well, that's your situation, that's your thing. Just, and maybe so, but I don't think so. I think there's something about black women that makes them special and beautiful. That that black women generally have a big heart. Black women are loyal, and we say black women are race loyal because they're the least group to marry outside their race. But when we marry black women, our marriage rates go up. So I don't think it's so much race loyal. I think it's love loyal. And I think a lot of black women don't open up their options because they're afraid, not because they don't want to. There's that barrier, there's that fear. And same thing with white men. There are a lot of white men that would love to date black women, but they don't, because of that fear, because of what we're hearing on social media and society, all the propaganda, all the stuff we're hearing. And people go to the path of least resistance. You know why the biggest interracial group it is white and Hispanic? Because that's the easiest thing to do. It's easy to date Hispanic women. It's easy to date Asian women. There's no conflict. But black women, there's a barrier. I,
Mm.
and I wish that barrier would go away because a lot of good people that would be in a good relationship, a good marriage, aren't getting to experience that based on our society even today. And I hate to say this, we're still in a segregated mindset in our country. Even though we can date and marry who we want, we still are staying with our group. We're still stuck in tribalism. We're still stuck in that kind of us against them type thing. And it's
And you
sad.
know what? Do you mind if
Uh,
I offer some commentary specifically about that?
yeah. Yeah, you can. Sure.
So I was thinking, when you mentioned slavery, I
Uh huh.
was for some strange reason I just got the picture of the Underground Railroad where you have two racial groups working together to like free people,
Yeah.
and then but I feel like for some strange reason my mind wants to talk about trauma and acknowledging trauma in order to move forward. I'm not a trained therapist, human behavior, that's above my pay grade. But I just feel like if we want to accelerate unity, I think the trauma has to be acknowledged. And right now, um, I think that this nation is having trouble acknowledging it. Some people, there's a lot of people out there who are doing the work and they're doing the right thing. There's lots of great people out there, and there's even more people who are trying to bury it and erase it and scapegoat and fault find. And I get it. You know, I am not asking anybody to go and change the system and go and fight, fight, fight unless you feel personally led to, unless your
Mhm.
faith leads you to do that. But on an individual level with your partner,
Yeah.
if you're outside of your race, acknowledge the trauma history between blacks and other races of people, acknowledge it to move forward. You know what I mean? Um,
Um. Yes, and let me say something about that. When you talk about acknowledging it, okay. Now I acknowledge our country did evil things. Slavery was evil. It was horrible. It's not something I'm proud of. It's shameful. I feel ashamed. Now, do I walk around feeling guilty? Oh my God, we had slavery. I don't. And it's not that I don't have compassion. It's just that I can't feel guilty for something I did not do. Um, and the thing of it is, we can acknowledge we did evil stuff and it was wrong. But, I think sometimes black people want us white people to feel so sad, so guilty, and just, I think some of them want us to hate ourselves and just be so depressed and so guilty. But what does that do? I mean, when I
yeah,
do somebody wrong, I feel really bad, and I should, right? Um, and I'm not happy slavery happened. That was horrible. Um, but I think within our country we get so focused on what happened here that we don't see what was really going on worldwide because slavery was a worldwide thing. Um, and people, slavery happened in Europe, it happened in Africa, it happened in Asia. We had genocide in Asia, Africa, Europe, and it shows that men are evil. Okay, all races of men are evil to the core. Okay, but how we fight that, is being the best we can be. And I'm not trying to diminish what happened. Um, but sometimes we don't get the full story. We talk about slavery and all the evil and what white people did to black people, and I get it. But we don't talk about the fight against it. We talk about the colonizer, but we never talk about the abolitionist. You know what I mean? And the thing of it is our country, yeah, we did evil stuff, but we did get better, did we not? And we're not perfect. We're never going to get rid of racism. There's always going to be racist idiots no matter what you do. But we can suppress it and make it to where it's shamed, and we can do better, but we got to have forgiveness. And I've said this: black people got to forgive white people, and blaming white people today for slavery when they didn't participate, that's a sin within itself. Okay, and it's a sin for white people to say, well, it wasn't that bad, they were good slave owners. That's stupid. I've heard white people say stuff like that. um and we understand that, yeah, we did evil, but we got to move on. And
Yeah.
being a man of faith, it's all about forgiveness. Jesus paid the sin debt for all our sins. Now, he was the son of God, and we nailed him to the cross, and we were the guilty ones. Let that sink in. He came to save the world, and we put him on a cross.
Yeah.
But he forgave us anyway. You know what I mean? I'm not saying we need to forget the evil that happened, but we got to have forgiveness, and we got to come together. You know what I mean? And it's funny because I asked this guy at work. He's a black guy, and he's pro-black, and I asked him one day, "Can you forgive me for slavery?" And he said, "You know what, man? I don't know. I think you're a good guy, but I can't forgive you for slavery." And I'm like, "Really?" I said, "How can you forgive me for something I did not do?" "Well, your ancestors did it." "Did they? Do you know where my ancestors came from?" Not all white people have ancestry that participated in slavery in America. Now, I'm sure down the road in Europe and way down, I'm sure there were some people in my line that did evil crap. I'm just saying. But the thing of it is, and I don't want to be mean, it seems like we're trying to relive the past and settle old scores. You know what I mean? And what do people want me to do as a white man? Feel guilty? Feel ashamed? Give black people money? I mean,
Do you mind if I
what's
push
going?
back against that a little bit?
Huh?
Do you mind if I offer a little bit of pushback?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Um, and like I said, um, I take ownership of the fact that I brought up, the subject of slavery. I mean, I think you did, and then I
Yeah.
did, and I own the fact that I brought it up as well. So uh, the conversation is getting kind of controversial, and I own that. Um, I brought this up too. So as you know, and as you said, something can be statistically normal, but morally reprehensible and
Mhm.
way outside of God's will. And we know that we live on a planet that is fallen and man is broken. And that is why slavery existed. And the fact that a lot of people were doing it all around the world really only shows how depraved people really are. And that's all it
Right.
shows. It shows the depravity. It's not, it's morally reprehensible and absolutely abnormal, even though everybody was doing it. Um, I also will say that it is for that reason that everybody is not going to reconcile. Some men and women are going to get together despite the trauma history and move forward and be okay. And some people will separate themselves into perpetuity. Everybody isn't going to reconcile. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Um, People have to heal and deal with trauma at their own pace, in their own way. Um,
Yeah.
I just try to make sure that I'm disseminating the truth as well as my truth, not trying to come on this channel to get into controversy. Um, I just felt the need to say certain things, and
No, no, that's fine. Look, the thing of it is here, we can talk about slavery. Look, it happened. And you know what I mean? I got to be honest. You know what I feel about it? And look, I hate talking about it because it is controversial. You know, and a lot of times there are black people that will hate white people because it happened. And I'm like, well, I'm sorry it happened, but what do you want me to do? Um, you know, and I don't like talking about it. It's uncomfortable, but it did happen. If it's brought up, you know, sometimes you got to face things you don't want to talk about. You got to face things you're uncomfortable with. But the thing I try to do is be honest. You know what I mean? I'm not happy it happened. It's shameful. I never try to make an excuse for it. But my thing is we got to move on. You know, I think America is the greatest country ever. I love my country. Did we do some evil, crappy? Oh, yeah. But, you know, the world is evil. Man is sinful. The Bible tells us that. You know what? And the way to get away from it is following God's law, trusting in Christ and doing the right thing. Um, you know, and but the thing of it is I don't want to. You know, I want to get along with black people. I love black people. My wife's black. Her family's black. I love them. Um, you know, and most black people I'm around don't go and throw slavery in my face. The ones that love me, they love me for who I am, and we get along. I think when we get into this slavery thing and Jim Crow and the past, I think a lot of it's social media, and a lot of it is, and I think a lot of people want us to be separate. They want us to be divided. And the easiest way to divide is bring up the past of slavery. You'll stoke up a lot of emotions in black people, and I get it. It was evil, you know, and it's passed down generations what happened to their family members. So yeah, you want to be angry, but you know, at some point we gotta forgive and forget. Um, Not forget, but forgive. And if you can't forgive people that had no hand in it, you know, I mean that's going to be a curse put on you, you know. And I'm not saying you individually, but people that hold on to that don't forgive. Forgiveness is a lot of times they say it's for the victim so they can move on. If someone does me wrong and harms me and I don't forgive them, then I fester and angry. I want revenge. I just it's going to affect me. But if I can forgive and let God handle it, vengeance is mine, saith the Lord, then I can move on with my life.
you
It's not that
know,
I accept the evil, but the forgiveness is for me to move on.
and
And really, I didn't really want to go into this.
I
I'm
get
not
it. I mean, I didn't mean
saying,
to, I didn't
but
mean to like do anything like that.
but
No.
but I'm not going to ignore it and act like it didn't happen either. I mean, I understand. But
Yeah,
the thing of it is you know what? Being in an interracial relationship, this is going to be brought up. This is going to be thrown in your face, and and I tell them, white men that date black women, there's somebody going to talk about slavery to you, and you're going to feel uncomfortable, and it's wrong, and and but if you can't face it, why are you with a black woman?
that's true. And really, it wasn't. I mean, it takes discernment to kind of judge what your partner's doing. You know, I, I just some of it is slinging mud, and some of it is just like for me personally is just trying to find a healthy path forward. It just depends on the person. Just use discernment, but um, for those who are supposedly slinging mud, I imagine they probably wouldn't be dating outside of their race anyway. So that
Right,
might
well,
not
right,
be
right,
might not
and
be
that's the
something
thing.
that might not be a big deal.
Right. But anyway,
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
moving along.
Yeah.
But I think what we're seeing though, and if we look at what's going on today, we're seeing interracial relationships between black women and white men doing pretty well. Statistically, our marriages last longer. Uh, our divorce rates go down, and looking at that, I think more black women, white men need to come together, need to get to know each other, and have the courage to open up their options. It's crazy. A lot of times, stereotypes we hear, when we really research, we find a lot of it's not true. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
I was told when I was a teenager, people tell me don't mess with black women. They're not going to like you. They're not into white guys, and that they're going to make you feel guilty your whole life. They're going to throw slavery in your face and everything. They just don't like you. So don't even waste your time. Well, most black women I've been around, I never really dealt with that except one, and that relationship didn't go well because it was a toxic relationship. Um, but on all the relationships, that was the only one that was a bad relationship. And I dated black women exclusively till I got married. So most black women, and my thing is I try not to get caught up in the propaganda that's going on, what's going on in social media, and I try to focus on what's going on in my life and the reality I see, not what's on social media. Because social media will have you all mad and angry and all twisted because of the hateful stuff that's out there, and all the propaganda. And you know what? When you look at history, even during Jim Crow and all that stuff, there were black and white communities that lived together, and they got along. It, but we never talk about the people that got through it, that had love for each other, even though the government tried to separate us. We never talk about those communities. You know what I mean? And during the civil rights era, when Martin Luther King would do his marches, they would take the worst area and do their march. There were a number of neighborhoods, you know, and even in the deep South where black and white people lived together and had no problem. But they wouldn't march through there because there was no problem, no controversy. You know what I mean? And I get it. The movement was to change laws to make it more equal. But they had to be it had to be areas that had racial problems. But a lot of neighborhoods didn't. You know, when we look at the Loving versus Virginia case, Richard and Mildred Loving, you, they grew up in Virginia, right? A segregated state, interracial marriage was illegal, but they grew up together. Their families were friends. They played together. They fell in love and they got married. And you know what? Their families weren't against it. Their friends in their community didn't have a problem with it. It was the state law that had a problem with it.
Yeah.
You know, it's amazing if you really look into that case, and there, even in our worst part of history, black and white people came together, and they loved each other. You look during the Civil War. You look at Mississippi, right? One of the had a bad history of racism and all that, from slavery to civil rights area. A lot of evil stuff happened there. But did you know during the Civil War there are a group of black and white people that took over half the state during the Civil War that succeeded from the Confederacy? And what it was, it was a group of uh, oppressed white people and runaway slaves that came together and darn near took over half the state, and without support from the Union Army. Do you know that?
Mm-mm.
And see, we don't hear those stories. And you know, when you look at history, and I love history, but when I look at history, there were black and white people that came together even during the worst times in our history, and that's pretty amazing. You know, and look into that case. Look in it, Mississippi, Jones County. Look at Newton Knight and his history. He took on the Confederate Army in Mississippi and took over several counties. And this guy, talk about living the life he wanted to live. He lived with a black woman the rest of his life in Mississippi. He didn't flee it. He did what he wanted to do. And you know what? And maybe because he was just such a, I don't know, maybe such a tough guy, nobody wanted to mess with him. But, you know, but
Yeah.
anyway, my point is, you know what? Black and white people are going to come together regardless. And the thing of it is we need to embrace that. And we need to focus on coming together, not dividing ourselves. That will weaken our country. And I've always said that a government controls divided people. United people control the government.
All right. Yeah.
I believe that. If we're united, we love each other. I mean, regardless of your political party, what are they going to do to us? We're going to tell the government what we want from them, not what we need to do for the government. And
Yeah,
I'm
I
telling,
gotta read
oh, I'm
more
sorry.
about Loving. No, sorry, I interrupted you, but I was just gonna say I gotta read more about the Loving versus Virginia because I don't know enough about it. I should know more, but I don't. So I know the basics.
Yeah, look into it. But I mean, they grew up together. They and you know they hung out. They were teenage kids, and you know they fell in love and wanted to get married, but the state of Virginia said no, it's illegal. I mean, they were facing like a year in prison for. I can't even imagine that. You know, they went to Washington D.C. to get married because back then it was legal to get married in D.C. but not Virginia. It was illegal, so they had to go to D.C. to get married, and they did. They did it legally, right, in the state. But they came home to Virginia, and the sheriff kicked in their door, took them to jail for what? Getting married to each other, loving each other, and that's pretty pathetic. But you know what? That couple never got a divorce. He stuck with his black wife. He loved her, even though he was denied jobs, even though people, didn't want to give him a chance because he was married to a black woman. He still stuck with his wife. He still, made a living. He still provided for his family. And you know what? I, I mean, dang. We talk about our interracial relationships in today's world, and we get upset because somebody looks at us weird and don't agree with our. But so what? He actually was denied jobs. He was actually, they harmed him because he had a black wife. And think about it,
Yeah.
he still stuck with her, and she stuck with him.
Yeah.
You know, so I look at examples like that, and I'm like, wow.
All right. Brian, I'm slowing down and I'm
I'm
probably gonna
sorry.
get off of here. No, you're fine. It was a good conversation. Um,
Yeah,
I'm
I
kind
enjoyed it, but look, it's okay to drift. And look, sometimes we got to talk about the uncomfortable truths, and I'm all for it. But my opinion is we got to move on, not forget the past, learn from it, but we can make a beautiful future. But if we're going to try to settle old scores, we're just going to remain divided, and that's just my opinion. But
well, and we're not all gonna come together. We're not all gonna reconcile. And I think that
yeah, we're not
people
all. But
are, you
the
know,
the yeah, but the thing of it is those of us that love each other and have forgiveness in our heart, we can come together. We can make it happen.
that's
Yeah,
true.
everybody ain't going to do it. There's you know what I mean. But we can be that shining example. You
Yeah.
know what I mean. And we ain't gonna win everybody over, but we win people over one person at a time. And
Yeah, true. And people are at different points in their healing journey as well. So
yeah,
yeah. But I'm gonna go ahead and jump off of here. And thank you for having me. And
oh
you
yeah,
and
thanks.
Sandy keep doing what you do. And you and Sandy keep taking pictures and posting them everywhere. That would be
Oh
great.
yeah, yeah. Yeah. Of course I will, and I'll bring Sandy up here every now and then. Um,
Absolutely.
it's awesome having my wife up here, and I like to show people like we're everyday people. We're not celebrities. We're not famous people. We're everyday blue collar Americans, and we came together. We found love, and you know what? And because of our love, we made each other better, and we feed off each other, and that's what a marriage should be about. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yep. Okay. Well, um, I'm jumping off and I'll probably linger around and, you know, I don't know.
okay,
Have a good evening.
all right, you too. Thanks for coming up.
All right. Bye bye.
Bye. All right. All right. But anyway, guys, it was good having a conversation. I want to thank young lady for coming up. Okay. Um, what's that? He should have moved to Germany. Richard would have had been happier. You think so? They did Richard Loving wrong. They really did. But you know what? He was a man of character, and he stood up for his wife. He stuck with his wife. And you know what? That's what Swirl to Investment is all about. It's about taking your interracial love, you know, your interracial dating to marriage. You know what I mean? That's truly investing in the black woman. Okay. And you know, when I look at history and, you know, sometimes we miss the good things. I'm going to show this next video real quick. I got other ones I'm going to show, but I don't have enough time. I'll save them for another day. But I'm going to show this one last video. Okay. And I think it's a diss on white men, but some of the things I agree with, I agree with her to a point. Okay. And I want to explain why. And I'm like, and I'm going to be speaking to white men. Okay. And you listen to me, white men. White men, look, if you love black women, you need to approach that black woman. Okay? Because if you don't, and you go with the flow, with society, what they tell you, but you desire to be with a black woman, you're going to put a curse on yourself, and you're going to end up marrying somebody you don't love, and you're going to end up cheating to be with that black woman. A lot of men end up that way. Believe it or not, there are white men that secretly desire black women but don't have the courage to pursue the black woman. It is what it is. But it's sad. All right.
Talk about this. I'm gonna piggyback off another creator who just.
Okay, let me show this.
Waiting to talk about this. I'm gonna piggyback off another creator who just talked about all these conservative white men being really attracted to black men, not black men, black women, black men too, but mainly black women as far as the straight ones go, right? Not just that shit. It's not just that. It's not just that, okay? It's not just that. They're trying to wipe us the fuck out, and y'all don't even see it. Oh my god, it's crazy. Do y'all not see that they're letting all these Ukrainian men come over here? And do y'all know what them Ukrainian and Russian men are doing? They're procreating with black women specifically. I see it all throughout the city. It's so crazy, bro. The African women and the African American women, they're snatching y'all the fuck up by the pound. The pound. These European, and mind you, they letting making all the immigrants leave, but they letting all the white ones come in. Oh, you niggas are dumb. I'm sorry. But I've also heard from gay, white, and bi men that they enjoy making black men their bitch. And then when I think about it on the flip side, if they have such like an envy like that, they definitely got the womb envy too, bitch. Like, they definitely trying to shoot the club up for a specific reason. And I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it everywhere. Like, how they gonna kick all the immigrants out, right? Let them build up the little bit of shit they did, then tell them they gotta leave and bring in some Europeans and let them set up shop. Like, they just secretly milking them motherfuckers in here. When I tell you Chicago is full of Ukrainians right now, y'all. Whew, y'all better check the history books too. This ain't the first time. This is not the first time that they did this. Y'all let the queen off the chessboard a little bit too early, and that's what happens every time.
Okay, so all right, that ain't the video I wanted to show, but but really, so from what I hear, they're trying to make it like an agenda because white men are pursuing black women, that there's some kind of nefarious agenda. Maybe they just love black women. They find black women amazing, and conservative white men loving black women, that makes perfect sense. You know why? Because conservative men are traditional, and a lot of black women are traditional. They want that nuclear family. They want to conserve some of the traditions we have: love, marriage, the nuclear family. That's a conservative value. A lot of white men love black women because of their traditional values. Do people even know what conservative means? They think that means, oh, conservative, Trump supporter, automatic. No, conservative means you're conserving traditional values like love and marriage. That's traditional, that's conservative. Me following the Bible is traditional, conservative values. Love, marriage, not having sex till marriage. You know, me and Sandy come together. We mesh good together because we have traditional values. We wanted the family. We wanted to build a family together. We just didn't want to date and, do the hookup thing. We wanted the traditional value. Anyway, let me show you this other video. Let me see if I could find it.
On white women.
All right, here's the one. Sorry.
Like,
okay. This young lady talks about white men cheating on their white wives with black women. Okay. Is this a generalization? Is this just something she came up with, or is this really happening? Okay. Or is this just a rarity? I'm going to tell you my opinion on it. Okay.
and have y'all noticed that white men love cheating on white women with black women? Like, this has happened entirely too many times in my own experience, where older white men specifically will approach me and they'll be married. And I just think it's so crazy because the world likes to frame it like black women are just so undesirable, but here y'all are cheating on your wives, your girlfriends with black women. Like, y'all are actually obsessed and just want to pretend like y'all aren't. That's the crazy part about it. But yeah, ladies, just be wary of that. When your man is going out, 9 times out of 10, he's probably hitting on somebody else when you're not around. And the fetish for black women genuinely has to be studied because it's actually creepy.
Okay. All right. What do you think about that? Here's my opinion. What's really going on? All right. What she's saying, there is truth to that. Okay. Are there white men out there cheating on their white wives to be with a black woman? Yes, it's happening. Okay. And I know some of you are going to say, kind of surprised I said that. Yes, it happens. It happens more often than you think. You know why? Because these white men have desired black women in their life, but never had the courage to marry a black woman. Okay? And now that they're older, they still want what they wanted when they were younger. Okay? And this is why I tell people, and white men, you listen to me. And I know there's a lot of you out there that desire to be with a black woman, but you're worried about what your family's going to think. You're worried about what society's going to think. You're worried that she's going to be too pro-black to love you. But I'm telling you, if you do not go with your preference, who you truly desire to be with, it's going to put a curse on your life that is going to curse other people. And you will end up cheating on the woman you married because you really wanted to be with a black woman, but you didn't have the courage to approach that black woman. You didn't have the integrity to go where to the women that you love, that you find attractive, that you wanted to be with. And truth be told, you're a candy ass. You're a loser. You want to be with a black woman? You better approach that black woman. If you don't, you're never going to be happy. Now, it is most white men aren't cheating on their white wives to be with a black woman. Most white men marry a white woman because that's who they want to be with. But there are a number of white men that always wanted that black woman, but never had the courage to approach her, to pursue her, to get to know her, to talk to her. Thus, they put a curse on themselves. Thus, they end up marrying a woman they don't really love. Thus, they end up cheating on a woman that probably loves him, that he has children with. Now, honestly, I think this woman was just trying to diss white men. I don't think she's into white men. She probably was approached by elderly white men and thought it was weird and creepy, and I get it. But the thing of it is, the reason they're approaching her, and I tell you, 9 times out of 10, in the beginning, they actually wanted the black woman. They wanted to be with the black woman, but they didn't have the courage. And I'll tell you, and how do I know this? And of course, I'm not with these men when they're cheating, but I know they do it. I've been around enough white men, and I'm a white man, to know they do this. Why? Because they tell me. And think about it. I spent 23 years in the military. I've had to counsel soldiers that have cheated on their wives, gotten in trouble. You know what? A number of them cheated with a black woman. And it told me that's who they really desire. Now, this ain't the majority, okay? This is a small group of white men doing this, okay? Let's be clear, okay? White men don't just get old and say, oh, I'm going to go cheat with a black woman. No. 98% of white men that cheat on their white wives with a black woman always wanted a black woman. Always wanted to be, that was their preference. But they didn't have the courage to pursue their preference. Yes, she's right. There are a lot of rich, older white men cheating on white women with black women. Some of them remarry a black woman after divorcing. Yeah. And here's the thing, it's not just rich men, melanated. It's not just rich white men. It's everyday white men doing this. Okay? And a lot of it's because they desire black women and always have. They just didn't have the courage when they were younger to marry that black woman. Okay? And that's my point. That's why you should never let family, friends, society determine who you date and marry, because it will come back to bite you in the butt. It will put a curse on you. It's not a fetish. Black women are not a taboo or untouchable. Yeah. But I'm telling you, and this is true, okay? But anyway, I didn't mean to rant on this, okay? But this is a red flag, guys. Ladies, don't get with a man that cheats on his wife to be with you. Okay, even if he always wanted to be with a black woman, because you know what? He didn't love the black woman enough to make the black woman his wife. So do not entertain that. Okay? And these men that are doing this are coming from my generation, Generation X, the baby boomers, the generation that came before me. Because in society, they felt that they wouldn't be able to be with a black woman. So they thought they could get with a white woman and their feelings would change and go to the white woman. It don't ever do that. Don't ever think it will. Look, when I was younger, they put a guilt trip on me because I love black women. They told me and told me that I hated my mom and the women in my life because and made me feel guilty. Made me feel like what I should have equal opportunity when it comes to dating. I shouldn't just prefer one group, right? They had me convinced of this. But let me tell you something. What's in your heart, you can't take out. When a black woman touches your heart belongs to her. And I'm telling you, and I tried to stay with my own racial group when I was younger. I tried dating white women and it didn't freaking work. I felt awkward. I didn't feel right. It just didn't feel natural. And I know that sounds weird, crazy, and makes no sense to a lot of people. But damn it, whoever my heart belongs to is who I want to be with and who I belong to. And you cannot change that. Love is not a switch you turn on and off. Love is not something you say, well, I'm into this group today and that group of women tomorrow. It don't work like that. And if these old dudes weren't such candy asses and had the courage to approach, they wouldn't have to deal with this cheating. I understand desiring to be with a black woman. Black women are beautiful, they're amazing. Most beautiful women on the earth. And they have the biggest heart. They are the most loyal. I understand that. But that's who you be with. And I'm telling you, us white men that are winning with black women are the ones that have the courage to love the black woman. You don't have the courage, you don't deserve the black woman. And don't go cheating with her later on because you didn't have the courage to approach her when you were younger. You snooze, you lose. You didn't approach her, you didn't develop the courage. Well, you missed out. But that's weird. But I'm telling you, there's so much truth to that. It's scary. And it's freaking shameful. And truth be told, there are plenty of black women that will date you and love you. And there are plenty of black women that don't care you're a white guy. Stop believing these people that have these haters out there that have that segregated mindset. Stop believing that garbage. Approach. What's that? No, okay. Yeah, they do. Now, maybe rich white men feel, that have more courage because they got money and power. And there are a lot of young women that will get with a man that has money and wealth, and you know, and the thing of it is look, you stand ready? Question mark. Okay, what's your question? But my thing is if you have a preference, go with your preference. Okay, there's a reason why you desire a certain woman. Okay, and and if it's done, and if it's because that's who you love and that's who you feel comfortable with, that's who you want to be with. That nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with white men loving black women. There is nothing wrong with that. Okay, do not be afraid to date black women. And I get so pissed off at this because I have white men asking me, well, what do I say to a black woman? How do I approach? And this is young and old white dudes. Like, dummy, talk to her. There ain't no formula, secret sauce to being in a relationship. You approach the woman, you do it with love and respect, and either she's going to accept you or reject you. And then if she accepts you, great. If she don't, you move forward and go approach another woman until you find the one that loves you. But I'm telling you, and this is what's pathetic, embarrassing, is that I have black women emailing me, talking to me, saying, Roadrunner, how come these white men just stare at me? How come they won't approach? And to the white men, do you understand there are black women out there that love white men? Do you understand there? It might look, most black women are with black men. I get it. But there are millions of black women that will date white men. But they need you to freaking be a man and do something. Make your move. Because you see the white men that are married to black women living their life happy. But hey, if you don't have the courage to approach a black woman, how can you have the courage to stand with her and protect her? And how can you have the courage when some dusty idiot tries to pull up on you because you're with a black woman and you just put your head down, oh, I don't want no trouble. No, bullshit. You fight for the woman you love. Am I going to be okay? Yeah. I'm just ranting. I'm going to be just fine. I'm just, look, I'm speaking what I see, the truth. Okay? And there are several reasons why interracial relationships don't happen between black women and white men. Okay? And I'm speaking to white men that say they love black women. They want to be with a black woman. They want to date black women. But yet they want me to give them the secret sauce formula of getting with a black woman when there's no formula. You just approach her. I mean, you still approach Becky after Becky turns you down. Well, what's the difference? But yeah, there's nothing wrong. I rant, guys. People that you guys that have followed me, you know I rant. You know, and you love me for who I am. You might not agree with me on some things, but you love me, right? You know I'm on rant, and this is my message to white men. Okay, You were going to come up, but you enjoyed my rant. But I got a rant. Look, white men, you are missing out on an opportunity. Okay? There are black women that are opening up their options now more than ever. Okay? Okay, look, when I was dating, look, white men have more opportunities than I had. And you know what? I have more opportunities than Richard Loving. But Richard Loving got him a black wife. And you know what? He stood with her. He had courage. He approached. He stood up with her. He dealt with society's hate and still made it work. Where's the true white men I know that have the courage, that make things happen, that take what they want and do what they want? And prove to that black woman you're a good man, you're going to stand with her. No, but instead you go with society. Well, you know, it won't work. We're so different. Oh my God, my Uncle Steve don't agree with interracial. Oh my God, my best friend Fred thinks that, you know, we're too different. So you just be a candy ass and do what society tells you. And yet, there are black women that are saying, why won't they approach? There are black women out on social media that say, okay, let me show you some videos. White men, listen, this is for white men. Ladies, just let me rap, okay? I'm talking to these candy ass white men, and maybe I'll shame them enough to have the courage to approach the black woman they want to be with so they don't cheat later on in life. Okay? Let me show you this woman. Okay, this woman, she looks like she's a uh um she's black. She looks like she's Afro Latina. Okay, I love Afro Latinas. Okay, but look, she looks like she's Afro Latina, but she wants to know about white men are not into black women. Agree or disagree? Let's play this.
Now, how do I do that? Like, how, serious question, how do I do that? How do I get a white man? Like, how do you get a man, period? I don't know. Men normally get me. I don't know how to go get a white man. Mainly because I also think they don't like me. Like, I've said it forever. White men don't like me. They're not into me. Maybe it's part of me growing up in Germany and not feeling desired because men in Germany just don't desire black women, generally speaking. And I just always felt like that's just what it is. Yeah, I know there are some couples where, you know, white men with black women and they are really into them and stuff, but it's some occasions. Like, you don't see that all the time. White men normally go for white women. Like, white men are not attracted to us black women like that. If I'm wrong, please hit me up in the comments, but like, just from what I experienced, white men not really into me. I don't think I ever met anybody like really that was really into me. And I need my man to really be into me, like obsessed. Like, you're the most beautiful, amazing woman in the world. Always thought that white men don't like me. Please correct me if I'm.
Okay, let me put perspective on this young lady. Yes, white men are into you, but let me tell you, a lot of them are candy ass punk asses that won't approach you because they're chicken shit. Yeah, I said it, and excuse my cussing, but that is the honest truth. This woman is attractive. She would date a white man. Where the hell are you? Oh, but Roadrunner, how do I approach a black woman? If you're a white man, don't email me and ask me how to I approach a black woman. You know how to approach a woman. You can approach Becky. Quit being a candy ass. Okay, let's see another one.
I like white boys.
What's your type?
I like white boys.
You
White
like,
men.
What's your opinion? What's the difference between dating a white guy and a black guy, in your opinion?
From my personal experience, I feel white men know how to treat a lady.
So you're basically saying black men don't know how to treat a woman?
That's not what I said. I'm saying from my personal experience, the white men have treated me better.
Okay. She prefers white men. Oh my God. Now she can put more clothes on, but it's an attractive woman. White men, where the hell are you? I just, like, come on. You got an Afro Latina that's wondering why white men won't approach her and she's beautiful. Oh my God. But then you got white men that see a white man with a black woman and want advice. My advice is pull your head out of your ass, be a man, go talk to her. I mean, seriously. I'm freaking embarrassed. You know, it feels pretty good when black women express love for white men. I love hearing that. I'm like, oh yeah, right on. I love black women too. That's great. But then they say, well, how come they want to how come they just stare? And I get it. We're all afraid of rejection, but damn it, you got to make your move. Or else you'll become an old, creepy jackass that cheats on his wife to be with that black woman. Let's see another video.
It's mandatory for every black girl to date that white boy. Date the white boy. Just date the white boy. And honestly, I'm not saying just any white boy, of course. I don't want the wiggas and no. I mean, just a white boy. Just a white boy. Do it. Do it. Best thing you will ever be able to do. Best thing. Do it.
And there you go. Now you got a black woman encouraging young black women to date white men. So, listen to me, white men that love black women, that are afraid to approach, afraid of rejection. You got black women out there that say that they'll date white men, they want to. You got black women encouraging other black women to date white men, but you're too much of a candy ass to even say hi. I'm just saying. And you know what? I'm going to admit something. When I was younger, I was a candy ass too. When I was 16, there was this black girl that I would walk by her locker every day during classes. I would look at her, I'd stare at her, I would smile, she'd smile back, but I didn't say a damn thing. I was in my candy ass mode where, oh my God, I don't want to be rejected. And I went through most of the school year. And towards the end of the school year, one day I finally talked to her. And yeah, I wasn't smooth with the words. I was never no Casanova that, but I talked to her. And I said, will you go out with me? And she grabbed my hand and pulled me into her. And she says, yeah, I'll go out with you. She was like, I was wondering when you were going to ask me. I wasted all that time in candy ass mode. And a lot of you guys that want to open up your options, you're stuck in candy ass mode. Let's call it like it is. Anyway, let's show another video.
Niggas. No, I like corporate white men above the age of 30 with a trust fund, a corporate job, a CEO.
She's in the white men too. Attractive, right?
Okay, guessing you like hood niggas? No, I like corporate white men above the age of 30 with a trust fund, a corporate job, a CEO.
Okay, so she's in the corporate white men, with a trust fund. CEO. Okay, we're not all CEOs, but you know what? She probably get with a man that's successful and works hard. But you don't want that, right? You don't want that black woman. You just want to get with the go with the flow, get with the bouncing Becky that thinks you're all that when you're not, or get with cranky Karen and end up being miserable the rest of your life when you could have been with that black woman, but you were afraid of rejection, so you rejected yourself. Oh, she's half German, half black, biracial. Okay. One on Love and Hip Hop. Wow. Okay. She's not strategic enough. Yeah, I guess not. Wow. Okay. Uh oh. Ran through hood. Oh, okay. She said she didn't want that though. Okay, I don't even know who she is. I'm sorry. I haven't watched that show. Uh Love and Hip Hop. You know what? I have. You know what? There was a time I was watching. Me and my wife watched it a little bit, Love and Hip Hop, and I don't know. I think it just. I think it's all a hot mess. I really do, especially the Atlanta version. Oh my God, what is it about Atlanta? You got crazy people out there. I don't know, but I watched a little of it back in the day. Um, and you get caught up in the stories, and I mean it just seems like these black women are just being cheated on left and right. You had Kirk and Rashida, she was loving, pouring into her husband, but he was cheating and acting crazy, and I don't know if all that is true. I think a lot of it is rehearsed to bring drama because people love drama. People that live a good life have a boring life. If you did a reality show on me and my wife, it wouldn't last one season. Because all you'd see is I get up, I give my wife a kiss, tell her I love her, go to work, come home, get in the shower, eat dinner, snuggle with my wife on the couch, tell her I love her, go back, go to bed, get up for work again the next day. And, on the weekends, we might go somewhere, do some things. But there's no drama. There's no. It'd be boring, but boring is good. Boring means you don't have controversy because you're not doing the wrong things. She's not Afro Latina. She's biracial, German and black. Oh, okay. I didn't know. She looks Afro Latina to me. Okay, I thought she was. I mean, she looks kind. She looks like she could be Afro Latina. Yeah, And you know what? I was there's been a couple women that email me and say, "Well, Roadrunner, I know you like black women, but what about Afro Latinas? We're black too." And I said, "Yeah, I love Afro Latinas. Black women are amazing, no matter what part of the world they're in. Yes, Afro Latinas are attractive. You I always thought they're attractive. I don't know. Black women are amazing. I always love black women. It don't matter if they come from Africa, America, Canada, the Caribbean, South America. It don't matter. You know. Uh, who cares? She's still Dusty's preference. But, oh, well. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, you guys are telling me I don't know about some of these women. But here's my point. Okay, and with white men, look, have some courage. Stop overthinking this stuff. Stop buying into the pro-black, anti-white group that you know that don't want to date white men. Okay, that's not every black woman. Okay, just because you see a black woman that says it's black men only, don't get scared. Don't feel alarmed. You know what? She's one black woman. And even if only 1% of black women are into you, that's millions of black women. Think about it. And don't listen to these pro-black mammies out there that say, "Oh, well, black women, why do you want to get with a white man? Oh, only 1% of white men are married to black women," which it's higher than that. But let me tell you something. 1% of America serves in the armed forces. Did you know that? Only 1%. So you're telling me more white men are married to black women than are serving in the military. Let that sink in. Numbers are a lot higher than that because I see black women and white men couples all the time. Young, old, and in between. A lot more I've seen than when I was dating. What's that? Afro Latinas are Latinas, not black women. Do not accept that one drop rule that is racist. Oh, okay. A racist game from black men. Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're Afro Latinas, but yeah, and there are a lot of Afro Latinas. Think about it. The Spanish slave trade was like I don't know 10 times bigger than what we had in America. So a lot of black people went to South America and the Caribbean, and and so a lot of black people speak Spanish. That's the environment they came up in. But anyway, that's all the videos I got to show. And here's my thing. And to white men watching that, you want to date black women. And let me make this clear. If you want advice, you can email me, okay? And you can ask me how do I approach if you want, okay? My thing is if you're a man and you're attracted to a woman, you got to approach, okay? I mean, it's as simple as that. And I can't. There's no secret words to say. The thing about black women, okay, it for black women that date white men, they just want a white man. Most of black women that are into white men, they just want you, your genuine self. Okay, so you don't have to. Don't try to act stereotypical black. Don't try to come with slang and Try to you know, don't try to be that white rapper with the sling type image. Just be you, okay? If she's in the white man, she wants a white man. She don't want a white man. She don't want a black man in a white man's body, okay? What's that? Atlanta is a hot mess for black women dating or marrying. They call it Sodom and Gomorrah. Yeah, Atlanta is a hot mess. Look, my brother lives there, and uh, let me say this: I'm not going to trash Atlanta. I like Atlanta. When I go visit my brother and we hang out, I love Atlanta. It's fun to be around, but a lot of crazy crap goes on in Atlanta. I would not live there. Let me just say that. I'll visit. Okay, I got family there, but I'll go watch the Braves. I love the Braves. That's my favorite baseball team, and the reason is because my favorite uncle was always a Braves fan, so I kind of became a Braves fan when I was young. So, and my brother lives there, so that's my baseball team. Okay, but other than that, that's it. I go there to watch baseball. Okay, I'm not into the Atlanta Falcons. I'm a Cowboys fan. I won't go see that unless the Cowboys are playing. Okay. Anyway, but my favorite sport is hockey. Okay. Anyway, that is the confusion and nonsense black men created, not our issue. Latinas stay with our kings. Stop following black women. Okay, but the Afro Latinas can date white men. Swirl to investment. Okay, black men get that spicy Latina. So, so can white men have that spicy Afro Latina? Yeah, you know what? I dated this woman when I was real young, and she was black, but she was Puerto Rican, and it was like when she cursed me out in Spanish, it was like attractive. It was like, oh, okay. Oh, anyway, but my thing is look, let's talk about swirling 101. Okay, don't be afraid to open up your options. Okay, but be careful of people looking for an experience. Okay, there are fetishizers out there. Okay, there are white men that fetishize. Okay, they want you to believe all white men fetishize black women. That ain't true. Okay, a lot of us white men just love black women. We want to be with the black woman because that's who we love. That's who we want to be married to. Okay. Uh, but you know that there are fetishizers in every group, men and women. There are black women that fetishize white men. They're out there. That one woman admitted to it. I don't I don't think it's a big number of black women that fetishize white men. I think most black women that are with white men, they're with the white men because that's who they want to be with, or they see that as a better option, and they're just looking for to be loved. Okay, you know, Latinas can date whoever. Well, anybody can date whoever. But anyway, but 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 I will say this. You know, once you get to know black women and and stop believing the stereotypes, you'll find pretty amazing women. Listen to me, white men. Black women are like there are good women in every group. There are beautiful women in every group. But it's like the black woman is the top tier. She's the most loving, most nurturing, most emotional and spiritual. And let me tell you, a black woman touches your heart, you will feel all those emotions. Okay, you will become emotional to a point. You will fall in love with her, and the love she gives you, you will embrace it. Yeah, you'll feel what real love truly is. Okay, and it'll be like a spiritual connection. Okay, we are the silk in a world of sandpaper. Yeah, you are. And let me tell you, okay, you know the love I have for black women. Because sometimes I talk about black women in my life. I could talk about my babysitter. I could talk about the woman at church that I talk about. I could talk about my girlfriend back in high school that kind of turned my life around, that I messed up with. And I could talk to you about my wife. And when I talk about these women, I do get emotional. I do, because these black women are deep in my heart. These black women are amazing women that have character, that have a big heart, that have shown me what true love is. Okay, and I'm telling you, there's something about black women. There's an essence about black women. Okay, and once you get to know black women, and it don't have to be a relationship that you're dating them. You can just have a friendship. Okay, but once a black woman shows you love, and it can be a friendship love, it can be like a motherly love, or it can be a dating love or a marriage love. You could see the beauty in that black woman. And when a black woman pours that love into you, it never goes away. Okay, I fell in love with black women at 4 years old. My mother says before then, because there was one time we were at the doctor's office, and I was a baby. I was like, he said I was like 2 or 3. I could walk, but there was a black woman there that said hi to me, and I just went up to her, sat next to her, and just hugged her. And my mom was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry," and the lady's like, "Oh wow, he's friendly." No, he's not. He just likes you. There were stories like that, and I just laughed because I don't remember that, but my mom told me about it. And I tell you, I had a babysitter when I was 4 years old, 4 and 5. Okay, when I go visit my mom, uh, this young lady was like 17, I think. My mom said, and you know, it had an impact. But of course, you're a little guy, and she gives you candy and calls you big guy. Already won my heart over. But anyway, what's that, J10? Good to see you, J10. Where did you get that giant frame desert picture? Oh, that that picture of Monument Valley. That's in Monument Valley's in Arizona and Utah, around the Arizona Utah border. And that's I got that at a furniture store. I was buying a kitchen table. Me and my wife Sandy, we went and bought a dining room table, and I saw that picture, and I bought it, and it looks pretty cool. It's in Monument Valley. You probably seen like westerns of that landscape. They made it's on an Indian reservation, but they made like a bunch of movies about it. You know, a lot of westerns in that area. It's really neat if you ever been out there. It's really beautiful. But I bought it at a furniture store, and it's a real big picture, but it's really detailed. It almost looks 3D the way they got it. But I bought it, and I thought it would look good in my studio. So yeah, the other picture I had was White Sands, New Mexico, but it's not as detailed as this. So I thought that would look good, give it like a desert background. And anyway, what do you guys think about my studio? I'm so excited. I finally got my desk, new chair. I got some new cameras and equipment. This is where I'm going to do my live shows. And this is like my happy place. You know, in front of me, I got a 65-inch TV on the wall. It's at the front. You don't see it. Um, but I could watch TV in here, play video games. And then by this puzzle piece, there's a chair. It's a massaging chair that I have in there. And, this is my happy place. I spend a lot of time in here. I'll do, some of my YouTube work, some work I bring home from work, I'll do here in my little studio here. And it's just, and even my wife does her work here. She'll, with her team at work when they're doing, a Zoom conference, she'll do it in here. Um, Both me and my wife use this room a lot, but I added some pictures. I found this painting at where did I find that? Like at a arts and crafts store, but it's like a painting of a black woman, and she's got like her back turned. Pretty cool. I thought I'd put that image, represent like black women. This is a plaque I was given when I was in the military. It talks about the army and my family pictures back here. Me and my son, family of my son and daughter before my youngest daughter, and then you guys seen this picture of my family. Um, and that picture with the palm trees is like an old hotel in California somewhere, and below it's an angel picture, and it looks like my oldest daughter when she was a baby. And it's crazy how much it looks like my daughter. It actually looks like my daughter. And my mom bought it at like a thrift store. She says, "Oh man, that looks like your daughter," and she bought it and gave it to me, and it does. It's like a angel of my daughter picture. Uh, but anyway, and this here, this is actually my son's award he got. He's in the army, but I'm displaying it till he comes and gets it. And you see these Funkles. This is you guys know what Funkles are. Little like collectibles. These are Whitney Houston, and this one's a Whitney too. They have like a special Whitney Houston commemorative edition. um, so just little collectibles I have, and I think I gave out that set to like 3 people that follow me. You know, but anyway, what's that? I absolutely know a white man who cheated on his wife with a black woman. He divorced his wife. Now he's married to a black woman. So it's true. Yeah, it's true. Look, there are a number of white men that will cheat on their white wives to be with a black woman. Okay, black women are very much desired. Don't believe in that nonsense that white men don't desire black women. It's a lie. Oh, okay. We very much do. It just I'm one of the guys that was able to get up the courage to approach. And I've been blessed because of it. Um, that marriage will not last. Cheaters are unreliable. I agree with that too. Look, and even though he might have cheated with a black woman, because that's really who he wanted to be, with a black woman, but once you cheat, a lot, you can't trust cheaters. Okay. Um, I do agree with that, but he'll 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 end up cheating with another black woman. It won't be with a white woman. Uh, I can almost guarantee that. I don't know what it is, but when white men cheat that are with black women, they don't cheat with a white woman. They cheat with another black woman. Okay. Um, but most of us with black women, we don't cheat because we know we got a blessing, a good wife, and I wouldn't want to marry a man who cheated on his spouse. Yeah, you don't want that anyway. Because here's the deal: if he cheated on his spouse, he can easily cheat on you. Um, and you might say, well, he really wanted a black woman, and he just didn't have the courage early on. Well, yeah, that's probably true, but you know, he'll probably end up cheating on you with another black woman. So you don't want, if you're with some, never get with a cheater. That's the biggest red flag anyway. That's just dumb. Why would you date somebody that cheated? Especially marry someone that cheated. Yeah. But yeah, I look. But there, and look, and maybe some of that, these white men cheating with black women, they didn't have the courage to be with a black woman. So now they're going to cheat, or maybe they didn't have the courage back then. Maybe because it's easier to do now. I don't know. But usually, those guys, they wanted a black woman early on. They just didn't have the courage. What's that? Taylor Swift will learn cheaters and snowboarders are not reliable. He's not attracted to. I agree with that. I do. And people are going to hate me for that. I don't think Travis Kelsey is really into her. Just my opinion. Because look, you can't tell me that Taylor Swift is more attractive than Kayla Nicole. There ain't no way. Kayla Nicole is much more beautiful than Taylor Swift. But Taylor Swift is worth billions. Kyla Nicole is worth about 1 or 2 million. She's still a millionaire. Don't get me wrong, but I think he's chasing the bag. And Travis Kelsey, he's one of the best tight ends in the league, but he's getting older. Football don't last forever. Sooner or later you get, every year you get older, you slow down. The younger, stronger guys come along, and sooner or later they're going to take your job. Sooner or later you got to retire. Don't matter how great you are. And I think he sees that. Taylor Swift is worth in the billions, okay? She's worth a lot of money. And she could pull strings for him more so than Kyla Nicole could, okay? Now, maybe I'm totally wrong. Maybe he just happened to fall in love with a plain Jane billionaire white woman. I don't know. I'm just saying. I got my doubts. But I know some people go, Roadrunner, look, it don't matter. So he's with a black woman, but maybe he really loves Taylor Swift. Well, maybe he does. I don't know. I just have my doubts because I know But look, Travis Kelsey, he's a good time swirler. He's not an investor. Okay, he didn't take his swirl to investment. He was having a good time with Kyla Nicole and treating her kind of badly, letting her pay for her own stuff. Like, come on, dude. You're a professional football player. You're worth millions. I mean, shoot. Their marriage is a business deal. I think so. Like I said, Taylor Swift has got a big bag. Okay. Travis is going to benefit financially. A relationship that starts on a negative foundation will not last. Yeah. And you could say, you know what? He did date Taylor Swift after he broke up with Kyla Nicole. So he didn't cheat on Kyla Nicole to be with Taylor Swift. It's just Kyla Nicole knew it wasn't going to go nowhere. And it ended. Because I think Travis Kelsey was just having fun. He was just that good time swirler. He loves black women. We know he does. But all of a sudden he got with a white woman. And look, is not ugly, but she's not a knockout. Okay, it's come on. If she's on the street, she's not going to turn heads. Kyla Nicole will though. You see her like, oh my God, she's beautiful. Taylor Swift, just an everyday white woman. If you don't know who she is, okay, that's my opinion. Okay, but nothing against Taylor Swift. I don't think she's a bad person. I don't think she's ugly, but um, when it comes to beauty, she can't compare to Kyla Nicole. She just can't. I'm just saying. Okay. And I'm not saying that because she's a black woman. Okay. Which I do think black women are the most beautiful women. But seriously, let's be honest. Kyla Nicole is much more attractive. But she's not worth as much money. Like I said, 1 or 2 million compared to billions. I don't know. But I think it feeds Taylor Swift's ego. Feeling like she snatched Travis from a black woman. Because that usually don't happen. Just saying. When a white man goes to the black woman, he's not coming back. It's very rare if he does. Okay, that's why it blew my mind when he got with Taylor Swift. But then I look at the financial thing. I'm like, okay, he's getting older. His football career sooner or later is going to come to an end, and Taylor Swift has a lot of connections, worth a lot of money. I'm just saying. Not saying that's why he married her. Maybe it's true love. Maybe Taylor Swift was his dream girl from the get go. Maybe he was afraid to date white women. Just kidding. Anytime celebrities are at something personal and intimate, it's a red flag. Come on. Who would invite Tom Cruise to their wedding? I would not want that on my yeah. Right? Wow. Okay, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and close this out. Okay, it's good seeing you guys. Hey, look. I know we drifted a bit. We always do. I drift so much. I need to be on that movie Tokyo Adrift, Fast and Furious. My YouTube drifting is something special. But you know what? When people come up, I let them talk, and if we drift, that's fine. Um, I want you guys. I want to be honest with you guys, okay? And my rants, okay, is what I feel, okay, and I want you to see the true me. I don't want to BS you. I'm not trying to be something I'm not. I'm just an everyday white guy uh, that's married to a black woman, and I have love for black women. I do, and I express that a lot, and I get a lot of hate for that. Um, and I don't care. Whatever. Black women are amazing. Black women have blessed me, and why wouldn't I talk about that? My wife has been a beautiful blessing in my life and has brought the best out of me. And and that's how amazing black women are. You do right by a black woman, she's going to love you, and you're going to be blessed. You know? And a lot of black women are overlooked. People don't see the true blessing. Okay? And I think black men have it so good with black women that they take black women for granted and don't really see the true beauty because they're around the black woman all the time. And I think that's why, guys, we understand. Um, and I think it's because we don't expect the black woman to do nothing for us. We don't expect, but when a black woman shows us love, we embrace it. We're thankful. We're thankful for it. And we had to work to prove ourselves. Okay, black women ain't exactly throwing themselves at us white men. We got to pursue the black woman. Okay, and look, if you're in the black woman, white men, you got to talk to the black woman. She ain't gonna come up to you and take a shot. Well, every once in a blue moon it happens, but rarely. Okay, you got to make the move, and you're the man. You should look, but you'll be amazed. I thought I'd have trouble dating black women, but come to find out, there were black women that would date me that thought I was a good guy. I mean, of course, there was that racial barrier, but still, there are a lot of black women that will open up their options. You just got to prove you're a good man. And black women are more understanding than you will ever think. Black women are the most reasonable women on earth. And look, and the thing of it is, and what I've observed from black women, and ladies, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but a lot of black women I talk to, they just want a good man. They want to be loved. Of course, he's got to be attractive. She's not going to just get with any white dude. But you know what? What black women really want is they want a man that's going to be there for them, work hard for them, go out and grind, and be able to take care of her and kids they might have. The black woman. Yeah, we're always told black women are strong, and the strong black woman. The black woman don't want to be the strong black woman. A lot of them want the man to be a man and do what he's supposed to, work hard, protect and provide. And a lot of black women want a relationship with a good man. And a lot of times, you don't have to be a rich millionaire and have money coming out of your ears. Just be a good, hard-working man and do right by her. You be the strong one. You handle it. And I'm telling you, in a relationship, if you want it all, you want to be the woman to love you with all her heart, you got to give her everything. A relationship is what you put into it. Okay? And let's be honest. We get in relationships because we want to be loved. We want a good relationship. We want a good marriage. But we can't pour all our heart and have the other person not, just half-ass it, right? But a lot of men out there, instead of wanting to love the black woman and uplift her and make sure she's taken care of, a lot of these men are seeing what they can get out of the black woman. And those are the ones that always fall short. Your relationship, your marriage is always coming up short. Why? Because you're not loving her like you should. You're not pouring into her. You're not focused on her. And that's the thing. My wife has given me everything, and I give her everything. And it's natural, it flows. But anyway, okay. Black women, keep your hearts open and your standards in high demand. That is how you win. Yeah. And the thing of it is, you know why white men do better with black women? I'm going to tell you why. Because we don't expect the black woman to uplift us, to be there for us, to hold us down. And we weren't raised that way. You ever see Becky going up there, I'm here to hold the white man down? You ever see Becky protest for the white man? You ever see Becky go online and say, it's white men for me? And you never hear that, do you? You hear black women say that about black men, right? And I think that's a good thing. Because, see, when we approach the black woman, we see the beauty she is. We see that she's the prize. And we know we got to be on our A game if we want to be with her. So when she gives us her love, we appreciate it more. We embrace it. We don't take it for granted because it was never given to us. And once it is, we're thankful for it. We embrace it. And ladies, the higher your standards, the more you get out of men. And the men that won't be with you because of your high standards are not the men that are meant to be with you. Those are the men that won't be with you till the end. They're the ones that are there, for their needs, not yours. When you take a blessing for granted, the principle of ethics will teach you a lesson. God will give it to a better man. Look at King Saul. Yeah. Standards are sexy. Yeah. They are. And that's the thing. And let me tell you, you know what I find attractive in women? Okay. And this is no lie. And it's not physical. It's not her body shape. It's not how beautiful she is. It is a woman with standards. I find, and here's the thing, a woman that's dressed professional is way more attractive than a woman that's in tight clothing with her butt hanging out. Okay? Think about it. A good man ain't going to chase a woman that he can see her whole body. Okay? He's going to go for that woman that's classy, that's professional. And I'm telling you, when it comes to love and marriage, a man that's looking for a wife is looking for a woman that's going to be loyal to him. Okay? And here's the thing, a lot of times a man will find a woman that how she dresses and how she carries herself more attractive than the woman that's got the curvy body. Serious. And And I've said this many times. You know, you can take Beyonce in her prime. You could take Anita Baker in her prime. To me, Anita Baker's a lot more attractive than Beyonce. And look, guys heard me say, like, what are you talking about? You're telling me Anita Baker's more attractive than Beyonce? Yeah. And you know what it is? They're looking at her body, they're looking at her shape. I'm looking at the image because what I see, okay, and I don't know either one of these women, okay, but what I see in Anita Baker, she reminds me of black women in my life, black women in church. Anita Baker would dress, she'd be in a dress, she looked like a church lady, right? To me, that's attractive. The most attractive black woman to me is a black woman of faith, a black woman that loves God. That to me is attractive. You know, I I married a woman of faith, a woman that loves God. Thus, I was kind of molded by black women of faith, so it worked out beautifully. But that's attractive. A professional black woman is very attractive. You know what I mean? And that's what you want to attract a man is how your standards, how you dress, how you carry yourself. You know, a black woman that wearing tight clothing and a mini skirt, yeah, you're going to be turned on by that because you're a man, but that's not the image. That's not what you want. You want that professional woman. A God fearing man, not a preacher, is attractive. Okay. Well, a preacher can be if he's a God fearing man, right? Yeah, I get what you're saying, but that's and look, that's the right way to love. You know, before I met my wife, I was living pretty bad, and I messed up my Christian life with a woman that I got with that I thought living in sin would be okay because I could fix it later. Ended up almost destroying my life. But you know what it did is it taught me the kind of woman I'm supposed to be with. And when I met my wife Sandy, it just felt right. I didn't have to touch her or do anything sexual. I just felt good being around her. You know, the day I met my wife, that I approached my wife, I remember I was so nervous, but I had the courage. I approached her, and I was stuttering. And like I said, I'm not the kind of man that's smooth with the words. I'm not. You could hear me on YouTube. I'm not. Some, you know, sometimes you might have to re-listen. What was Roadrunner talking about? I'm not that smooth guy, right? But when I approached my wife and we had a good conversation and I was able to, get out of my nervousness a little bit and talk to her. And I remember thinking in my mind, because it was going well, and it just felt good to talk to her. We were like connecting. And I remember thinking in my head, I was like, and I told my wife that I said, I was thinking, oh my God, I love you. I was thinking that in my head. I was like, it was like I didn't know my wife, but it's like I was falling in love with her just talking to her and just being around my wife. They say that I've heard women say this. And one woman that used to follow my channel, and she said something to me. She said, relationships, and she believed that, you shouldn't have sex till you're married and stuff, just like I do, right? And she made a statement. She says, you know what? The best way to love a woman is make love to her without touching her. And I'm like, and I thought about that. And it's kind of like you're connecting and you're developing a bond. You're not getting physical, but in a way, it's a way of loving her without, without being physical. Does that make sense? I seen where she went with that. I thought about that. Because really, when the true love begins is when you develop that bond. When you start developing trust for each other, and you start confiding in each other, you have that trust, and you kind of depend on each other. And you start having feelings for each other, even though you haven't touched each other. And I think that's what she meant when she said making love to her without touching. That makes sense. And I think if what's that at 35, I've never had anyone make love to my mind. And you know what? Most people don't do that. But really, if we did that, we'd be better off. But I learned that. I didn't know what it was called, but I learned that with being in a bad abusive relationship, and guys, there's stuff about that relationship I won't share because it was horrible. And I never knew a woman could be violent, and I experienced that. Like, oh my God, this woman's beating the crap out of me. And the thing of it is I didn't defend myself because I was always taught you don't hit women. So I'm like, but thank God I didn't, because I could have really hurt her, because, that was that was emotionally hurtful big time. A lot of anger and hurt. Like, how can you're supposed to love me. How can you be hurting me and then angry because you're doing that? But after that, I learned to love a woman without going to the bedroom the right way. And you know what? I was at peace with my wife. I love being with my wife. I love my wife. Before she was my wife, when we were dating, I just loved being with her. I felt connected to her. And I didn't have to go to the bedroom to have those feelings. And you know what? When the love became true and we got married, once we did go there, it was amazing. It wasn't just physical, it was a spiritual thing. But it was a blessing under God. There wasn't no guilt. There was just love. We already had the love. You know, we're husband and wife, and then when we get to the physical, it's just a way of showing our love to each other. That's the way God intended it. I, I know there's temptation, and I know we're human, and it's hard to do it God's way. It's hard to do it the right way. But oh my God, if we do, we'd be so much better off. And people tell me all the time, "Oh, Roadrunner, yeah, that's great." And with the 16th century Puritans, a couple guys at work call me a 16th century Puritan. Like, I'm nowhere near that, but come on. We shouldn't lay down with women that aren't our wives. I mean, really? You know? But you know what? You take lust out of the equation, then you can really love somebody. A lot of times our relationships don't work because we do it with lust. We go to the bedroom before we fall in love with each other. Think about it. And think about it, JT. You see, at 35, you never had someone make love to your mom. No, because we've been conditioned. We've been manipulated to believe that if we're dating, we got to be in a sexual relationship. But the problem with that is you don't develop love because you're focused, you're in a lustful mindset. And that's the problem with marriages today. People don't take the time to fall in love with each other. They go for the frosting before they make the cake. And they're sick and they're not satisfied. And I'm telling you, if you're with somebody and you're lusting after them, you have a fetish, you need to get it right with God. You need to get that out of your life. That way you can truly love who you're with. And like I said, when the love is true, your husband and wife, the physical is going to be great. It's going to be amazing. A lot better than when you're doing it for lust. Okay? And I'm telling you, you're going to love each other so much that the love making ain't going to be a problem. In fact, you'll stay in the room for a couple days and not want to come out. But you love each other, your husband and wife. And because of that, if you have children, it's okay. There's no guilt. There's no hurt feelings. See, people that sleep around and have sexual relationships out of lust, there's always guilt because people know it's wrong. And when you get intimate with someone you don't love, it's not right. It don't feel right. It messes you up psychologically. And I'm telling you, if you don't get that right with God, that will destroy you, whether you're a man or a woman. Okay? This crap of telling people, well, wait later on, get married, just go have fun, play the field. No, don't play the field. The, don't play that lustful game. Get out of it. And I know there's some people that think I'm nuts and crazy, but if you're a man or woman of faith, you understand what I'm saying. You know, why was she angry at the time? Reasons. But anyway, and I know what I'm saying, guys. Listen to me. I know it's tough. We're human, right? But think about it. You don't want to hurt nobody, do you? You don't want to be intimate with somebody that you don't love that might love you. That's going to mess them up. It's going to mess you up too. Okay. And lust will never fulfill. Okay. You always be empty. And that's what keeps us away from loving each other. Anyway, I don't know why I keep coming back to that. I think God's wanting me to talk to people, and because we have a problem. We have a lust problem in America. We have a lust problem with our relationships. We do. Okay. And we've been conditioned to think that if you're dating and not having sex with each other, there's no love there. And that's a lie. If you truly love somebody, you don't have to touch them. You can wait till marriage. There's people that do it, men and women that save themselves for marriage. And you know what? They end up better off because they don't have those soul ties. They don't have that lust in their head and those memories of things they've done. They don't have to go to the Lord and get it out of their head and pray about it. Hebrews 13:4. God only blessed honest hearts, and love isn't dusty. Right. But anyway, if you're going dating interracially, that's a beautiful thing. Okay. But have your standards. Don't lower your standards. If you're a man or woman, have your standards. If they don't measure up, hey, you don't need them. And I know that's easier said than done too. Because when you're attracted to somebody, you want to, sometimes you ignore them red flags, right? We all been there at one time or another. I've been there. I ignored red flags. I was into this woman so much. She destroyed my Christian faith. I'd be preaching if it wasn't for her in my life. And I'm not going to blame her because I made the choice. I knew the red flags. Hmm? I tell you what, I should have listened to my father because he said, son, don't do it. First of all, you don't live with a woman that's not your wife. But I was grown. I'm my own man. I do what I want. Yeah, I was 20 years old. Thought that, okay, yeah, you shouldn't. That's what the Bible says. But look, we're okay. This is a modern time. And you know what? I'll show her my love and we'll get married and she'll change and we'll be back in church and she'll be with me and be a good wife. None of that happened. In fact, it got worse. And I tell you, I lost like 20 pounds because I wasn't eating right. I was constantly working because when you're 20 years old, you don't have no experience and you take whatever job you can get. Got a place with this woman. Okay. She was abusive. When she get angry, she'd hit me. And I wasn't eating right. I was losing weight like crazy. I weighed 120 pounds. And I was so in love with her and I wanted, and then after a while, I didn't want to be around her. I felt trapped. I felt like I just, depression set in and it's like I was on the road to nowhere. I didn't feel the love no more. All we had was lust. That ain't going to work. And if I'd only listened, but you know what? You can't you know you can't change the mistakes you made. You can learn from it, and I did. That was one heck of an education in my life. But what I did is I destroyed my Christian life. I did things I knew I shouldn't do. I got caught up in temptation and thought I could live that double life and fix it later on. Don't work that way. If I would have just kept my standards up, not and listened to the red flags, listen to my father. I mean, gosh, it's funny. He was such a good judge of character. Oh my God. But sometimes you're young, you think you know the answers. And the reason I share some stuff with you guys, embarrassing stuff that I'm not proud of, because hopefully somebody listens to me and don't get caught up in the situation I did. But it's easy for any of us to fall into that. Because number one, we're human. We're attracted to each other, right? There's temptation. And a lot of times when we're in a failed relationship, we see the problem before it happens. It just we're so into that person we don't want to accept the red flags. We lower our standards. We just and before you know it, a whole lot of bad things happen. But anyway, I've been on for 4 hours tonight. Oh my God. It's 11 o'clock and oh, okay. Well, where I'm at, you guys on the East Coast, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. California, you still early or 10 o'clock. It's 11 where I'm at. Oh, thanks, Jake. I appreciate it. Guys, look, I love you guys. Thank you for following me. Um, if you got any ideas that you would like me to do or something you would like me to talk about, don't be afraid to email me. I'll Miss Jennifer sent me some good stuff. Man, I was going to show it tonight, but I'll save it. But anyway, guys, I love you guys. Thank you for your love and support to me and my wife Sandy. And I do apologize for my rants, but sometimes you got to rant. And look, ladies, I know you tell me why don't these white men approach, and I get mad at that too. Um, you know, and I see the men that have the courage to approach, they're blessed. I think about this, and listen to me, white men. If I wouldn't approach my wife because I was scared of rejection, I wouldn't have an amazing wife I have today. I wouldn't have a good family I got. It just, the thing of it is there's two types of people in this world. There are people that make things happen, and there are people that wait for things to happen. Which are you? Are you going to wait for something to happen? You're going to wait for that blessing? Or are you going to be proactive and make it happen? You love black women. Are you going to approach it? You got to at least talk to them. You got to communicate. She's got to know you're interested. Just looking at her smiling ain't going to do nothing. She's going to just think you're some creepy dude that's fetishizing her or something. You know, they already been told you're a creepy fetishizer. So hey, so prove to her you're not. Approach her, with love and respect. You know, and don't go up to a black woman you just met and say, "Yeah, I've always loved black women. Yeah, black women this, black women." No, just don't do that. Okay. just just tell her that you want to talk to her. You tell her she's beautiful. Nothing wrong with that. You know, don't 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 talk about her body parts because then you're fetishizing her. But it's okay to tell a woman she's beautiful. Okay, that's just saying she's beautiful. That's not sending lustful messages. That just But don't be afraid to approach. The worst thing that's going to happen is she say, "Well, she's got a boyfriend or she's not interested." Okay, that's life. But keep moving forward. And then you find that woman that's into you, that you find that blessing, and sometimes rejection is a blessing. I look back and I'm like, some of the women back in high school, I thought, man, she won't give me the time of day, or get rejected. And then I look later on in life, thank God she rejected me. I'm just like, oh my God, thank God. You know what I mean? Sometimes rejection is God looking out for you. We don't like rejection, no, but sometimes it can be a blessing, you know. But anyway, I'm going to go ahead and close this live. I just say a prayer real quick. Lord, thank you so much for allowing me to do this live stream, Lord. And I pray that when I go live, I can be a blessing to someone, Lord, and that I can uplift somebody, Lord. And I pray that our nation would come together, that more people would have the courage to open up their options and do it the right way, Lord. Please have people that that will take their swirl to investment, Lord. Please, have more people that will interracially date for marriage and not do it for a good time, Lord. And those that are out there for lustful reasons, Lord, please stop them, and make them understand their wrongdoings, Lord. And I pray that we can come together and love each other, and see the true character, that we can have the courage to seek out people that have character and have a big heart, Lord, and that we can have the courage to go to where we're loved and celebrated, and be with somebody that we love, that loves us back. And Lord, I pray you bless everybody here tonight. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Okay, guys, thank you so much. Um, I had a good time tonight. um, a little bit of videos. Okay. Had a guest on the panel. That was cool. Did some ranting and raving and did a little cussing. I apologize for that. God forgive me. I just think men should be men. You want to be with a woman you're attracted to, you go up and talk to her. Okay? Don't be that guy that waits for things to happen. Because most likely it ain't going to happen. You be that one that makes things happen. That my father always told me that. He said, son, There are two people in this world. There are people that make things happen and people that wait for things to happen. Which one are you? Are you going to make it happen or are you going to sit on your butt and hope it works out? I grew up, my father was rough. Sometimes I think, man, my dad hates me, man. He really digs into me. And but you know what? Looking back, nah, he was right. But you know what? When you have some humility, when you fall on your face, you can pick yourself back up. And and that's a beautiful thing. I never thought I was anything great. I never thought I was better than anybody. And when I work hard and good things happen, I can appreciate it. And I understood that, you know, anything that good happened to me was of God. Anything that bad happened was usually because of my fault. You know, my the success I have in my life belongs to God. The failure belongs to me. And that's the truth. You know, but I thank God for the things I went through, and the reason I had trouble, the reason I was hurt along the way, is due because of mistakes I made, of course, and because God was dealing with me. I had to suffer a little bit to understand the blessing I have, to understand how valuable women are, to get back on the path, understanding the beauty that Black women have, the blessing that they are, you know, and as amazing and beautiful that Black women are, I had to learn that not every Black woman is beautiful and amazing. Most are, but there's one or two that you got to be careful. And I found that one that I wasn't meant to be with. And oh my God. But I tell you what, learned a lot. And though I destroyed my testimony and my Christian life at the time, I learned you don't take life for granted and you have your standards and you put God first. You don't put a woman before God. Ladies, don't put a man before God, because I put a woman before God and I paid the price. And to this day, I am so sorry I did that. But the amazing thing is our God. He our God is a God of love, and He's a forgiving God. Okay, He's a God that has standards, and you're going to be held accountable, and it's going to hurt. But the amazing thing about God is He loves us. He gave His only begotten Son to save us from our sin. Think about that. Anyway, guys, thank you so much. You have a good Saturday night, good Sunday morning. Have a good weekend. God bless you and your families. And I'll be back Saturday night again. Sorry about the late start time. But that's just because of work, you know. And look, I work in Texas, but I live in New Mexico. I work in El Paso, Texas, but I live in Las Cruces, New Mexico. So I work in one state and live in the other. So sometimes it takes me a little while to get home. But Anyway, guys, I love you guys. Thank you so much for the love you show me and my wife. I appreciate that. And thank you for listening to my rants and my craziness. Look, I, I'll admit it. I'm kind of crazy, but I got a big heart and a lot of love. Okay. And, you know, I love my God, my wife, and my family. I love black women. Black women, you're amazing. And it feels good to uplift black women. It feels good to give black women praise, you know? And black women deserve it. Look, black women have impacted my life amazingly and been a big blessing to me. And I never forget. And I'm forever grateful. And sometimes I show that love by being a blessing to other black women, you know? And I think that's what God would want me to do. But anyway, guys, have a good night. God bless you and your families. And I'll see you next Saturday. There's a video I want to drop. Um, I hope you guys enjoyed the last video I did. Um, Talking about black women's hair and and if you haven't seen it, check out that video. It's my last one I did. Um, but anyway, guys, I'll talk to you guys soon. You have a good night. God bless. See you next Saturday. Have a good night.